So I'm gonna do this for myself, but I'm also doing this for you all. Take a deep breath. Release. Today is gonna be a good day, all right? Thank you all for coming to Up From Slavery Initiative's first annual Race and Equity Summit. I applaud all of you for being here. Today we're gonna have courageous conversations about race and equity. And so by you all seeing all your faces, this is a great start, a great step towards advancing equity. So today's program, we have myself, I'm gonna give a welcome, and then Christina's gonna come up and do some housekeeping. We're gonna take some surveys before we get started. And then we'll also move into about 15 minutes, move into our workshops. So hopefully you all remembered which workshop you signed up for. If not, you can check in with the registration desk and they will let you know which workshop you signed up for. So again, welcome. Today we're focusing on, I do have a script, so bear with me here. Today we're focusing on race and equity in our community. Equity is defined as the quality of being fair and impartial. It is common knowledge that our judicial system does not always live up to those standards. However, individually, we can. Individually, we can we can walk into our classrooms, our boardrooms, our medical offices, and hold ourselves accountable to dispersing fairness and impartiality to the communities we serve. The areas we have chosen to take a closer look at today is youth and education, equity in the workplace, and health and wellness. These three topics are cornerstones in creating a healthy society. Unfortunately, it is our Black and brown brothers and sisters who have not always been given the opportunity of fairness and impartiality. As you spend your time today in our workshops within your particular field of interest, we implore you to ask questions, engage, and to be continuously present. It is our goal that you will leave this summit armed with the knowledge to create an action plan of equity within the sphere of influence. We hope there is a passion created to correct any and all wrongs in your workplace and to truly be an active participant in creating equity. So again, thank you for taking that step and participating today. Before I turn the mic over, I would like to introduce our board members. So when I call your name, if you can please stand up. We have our board president and co-founder, Mr. Darrell Riley. Board member Kevin Mitchell, he's standing up in the back there. We have also board member Carl Bevins. We have board member Stephanie Layson back there, Catalyst. And our administrative assistant, Charlena Green. And I just realized I did not introduce myself. So my name is Kendra Galloway. I am a co-founder and board treasurer of Up From Slavery Initiative. And our goal is to provide encouragement, empowerment, support to our Black and brown community. And by that, we do it through education. And so this summit is our groundbreaking event that's kind of going to kick off the year with supporting our community, and all you leaders and managers, supervisors, teachers, whatever role you play in your community and in your workplaces, that you take this knowledge back to those places and you apply those things that you've learned to support and help students of color, your employees, and the people that you lead and serve in your community. So you can tag anybody here, any board member, if you have a question throughout the day, or find myself. We will have lunch, and Christina will go into a little bit more of the schedule. But again, we thank you for being here and enjoy your day. Christina.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning. Magandang umaga. Buenos dias, talofa, and hatzlakel. So before I go into the housekeeping, and of course I actually need to go through a script, I think the point of the housekeeping is so that we have you feel connected and ready to learn and safe and comfortable, but also comfortable enough to be moved for action and change from a shared understanding. So before I go into the housekeeping, I just want to introduce myself and notice where I'm at so I can understand if I'm in a place, and we talked about this at the table, am I in a place of being able to articulate in a thoughtful way, or am I reacting in a way? So I think I'm mixed with excitement and a little bit of calm. The ask today is that I orient you to the resources in front of you at the table, but before I do, I just wanted to say I'm Christina Rourke. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a second-generation Filipino-American, born and raised in Southern California, and resident of North Kitsap for 24 years, and 5 years in this incredible role within the community, serving as Kitsap Strong's Innovation Network Manager. Just wanted to get us into some items that maybe will help you transition into learning and being able to be your full self and authentic and vulnerable self. Let's settle in. So parking, if that's something on your mind, we have an agreement with the city that within the 2 blocks, I believe, we do not need to be reparking every so often. So let's get that off the table. So thank you, Mayor. So that is parking. If you have any other questions, we'll continue to answer them. But one point we do want to make is please do not obstruct the driveways. And restrooms, we have one down here, one upstairs, and for those who need to, there's an elevator down the center. Masks, that's the question. So on the original invitation as well as on the registration, it said that masks were required. As we are all adapting to new guidance and requirements, I think at this point, let's do with what we're feeling most safe with. It's not required at this event, but if you feel like wearing it, there's no judgment. And that's a value of Kitsap Strong. Let's move in a place we don't judge others for meeting their own needs and understanding what that is. So that's the settling in. I want to ask you to take a look at the table. You have a few things in front of you, and if you have your phones with you, there's a QR code, and there's 3 types. Thank you, Frederick. Frederick and I just met this morning, and I hope you took that opportunity before we started to meet the people at your table.
I feel like it.
One is, and Carl, you're about to pick up the one with the big sheet of paper and the QR code. You have 2 resources this morning. One is a glossary of terms. So when you take your phone and scan that QR code, it will pull up information and allow you all of us to reference kind of a shared list of terms around rate that we can move forward in this race and equity conversation.
They pay for what they want.
Special instructions for Android phones. That's a great question. Other than
yes,
so if you aren't seeing it work, the one thing I do want to also explain is we will be sending out via email to whatever you registered under. You should be able to also get this link through that information. So in terms of Android, I have no judgment.
Someone's going to come out and help
but
you.
yes, it works on the iPhones.
Yeah, someone's going to come out and
the other piece from if and when you are opening up the glossary, you'll see at the top a link to more resources. So we just wanted to point that out before you get there. We just wanted to take this time for you to find that small square. It looks like a red and green. Thank you very much for holding that up, whoever needs to at the table. One side is pre and one side is post. And this is an anonymous survey. We just want everybody to have a chance for self-reflection. And it also allows Up From Slavery Initiative to have data points on how this day is playing out for others. Where are people at in their understanding, and where do they arrive at the end of the day? So we're really excited if you can help us and activate that on your phones. And if not, maybe just look over someone's shoulder to look at the glossary and then decide how you want to do the survey. And I'll just give you guys a few minutes and then we'll move you on to the next. So Cindy, great question. Does anyone else have questions? Yes. Does that have the definitions? So I do
Just
not
a
think
good
so. Let
job.
me see what that paper is.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you for pointing that out. So you do have, thanks for noticing and being observing. There is a printed copy of the glossary of terms if you're not able to, from your phone, pull up that QR code.
Oh, okay. But you still wound up being in.
Thanks for
You live in
helping us out.
Seattle?
They just asked me. I was just Daryl's house. He was ready to like, sure. It was just kind of
Good, good. And a good opportunity
And
to
hopefully
get to
you
know
are
other
opening up
people.
a 4-question survey.
it's for my husband's home, so it's good to
Yeah.
just understand like the history of it. I've been doing university for this, and I think you do
Yeah.
and some of the stuff.
There is Wi-Fi here.
Yeah.
Do you need a password? Is that what you're looking for? Okay, 1 second. I think it's 725 Park Williams, but let me just. Williams.
Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. So
Oh, Lord.
And if you don't know me, I wish I had my camera right now and I'd take a picture of all of you. And the theme was, with the masks, no judgment, as far as answering these questions and where you're at, no judgment.
my Mac. And control.
Yes.
Okay.
Send an email. to
Yes.
everybody that is-
Yes. So if you don't want to use the code, you also have it in your email. Thank you, Marcia.
Your husband, you said? Oh, are you from Burlington, Washington too?
Well, I moved to Silverdale 6. Then there was another house.
Oh,
Right back
okay.
behind there too.
But y'all don't live in Burlington anymore.
I just want to thank everyone for entering their information diligently, and
So you've
I'm
been
just
out
giving people
of
some
the house
time.
lately then? You've been able to come out the house? Not really work, because you said you don't have a space to work.
I do something like a KCF. And that's we've gotten to do a couple of
And there are places to meet up though, right? Like the King vibe.
and engaged. And only like 2 people wanted to come together versus it was virtual. So it's just,
This is your team.
oh, our team is only 3 people, but we were trying to have them meet of our standards.
Oh, and they didn't want to come in?
How are you doing, Mary? Which one?
Yeah.
We're just starting to get to the point where
That is, let me ask Marlena.
Here, she put it on me.
No, I like her.
No, without.
No, ours work all the time.
All right. Take your time, but I'm going to just kind of take us back to a few other announcements. In terms of masks, wanted to just thank the Kitsap Public Health District for offering, if you feel at any point in the day you would like to pick up a mask, it's out in the lobby in the Up From Slavery Initiative booth. And as we conclude, and as you finish your surveys, just wanted to make a point of, for the workshop that you have registered with, thank you for the cue, for the workshop, upstairs we'll have the health conversation as well as the youth conversation upstairs. So there's stairs on this side, stairs over here, as well as the elevator, and the workforce conversation will be in the gym. If you don't remember what you registered for, please visit with Marlena where you first came in to check in. And after the workshops conclude, we'll break for lunch and return by 12:45 here in this area. So we're really excited to have you here today, and wanted just to thank everybody for being here and making Kitsap strong. So. So if you are finished with your surveys, I believe it is time to move forward to the workshops.
All right, welcome to the Race and Equity Summit 2022. All right, welcome to the Race and Equity Summit 2022. As you can see, it is a packed house today. Definitely going to be a great event. A lot of familiar faces here. Mayors, former mayors. Let's see, Harriet Bryant. Hey, how you doing? Executive Director of United Way. How's life treating you? Good? Fantastic. Oh, absolutely. You know, I've been trying my best to come in and see you. So are you in pretty much like most days? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? All right. And now, yeah, they just fill it all up, right? Well, enjoy the workshops. You got it. Yeah, you can see a lot of good energy here as folks are breaking out to their workshops. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. All right. So we're gonna hang out. You can see there is Fly Start is here today. We're gonna get a chance to talk with them a little bit later. You've got Catalyst Public Schools, Up From Slavery Initiative, of course, is hosting this event. Lots of great organizations. I see Toby over there, Diana Sullivan, and Drayton Jackson's organization down at the end. And so you see everyone kind of slowly working toward their workshops. Pretty excited today, Sabrina?
Yes, sir.
All right. So yeah, it definitely should be an exciting event. So what we're going to do is, as people break out to their workshops, we're not going to cover that part of it, but there's going to be a panel that happens here in a little bit. And so as people kind of come back from the workshops, we're going to kind of pull them off to the side and, ask them about, what they're hoping to, take out of this experience or what they've learned so far. And then, of course, we'll be covering the event. And again, it's not too late. Pretty sure you can probably still come down today if you are like, you know what, I have some time today. I'm gonna come on down. But if you can't make it, you can always come down tomorrow. This is a 2-day event, and tomorrow is definitely gonna be like wow for sure. So, I mean, these workshops, they have got a lot of good, powerful speakers today. Just a lot of, this is going to be a great learning experience for sure. Uh, but again, if for some reason you can't make it today, you're going to want to come down tomorrow for sure. And so Saturday, March 26th from 10 to 3:30 p.m. It'll be at the Bremerton High School. Registration is free tomorrow, which is Saturday. They still do want you to register, so you can go to the Race and Equity Summit 2022 and register there. And again, this is being put on by the Up From Slavery Initiative. Doing a lot of good things here in Kitsap County. And they're just getting going. It's a beautiful venue here at the Marvin Williams Center. There's Patty Lent, just walked by, one of our former mayors. All right. People are just kind of walking around.
Yes. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Washburn? How's it going? What do you expect to take away from this today? Yeah, we're live. So we're kind of here's the folks that fit be here. Oh, which lady?
later?
Mhm.
Yes.
Or just whenever someone needs to talk, if they could just put one of these on.
So every time so it's not just one mic that moves across?
Mm-mm. So I have four. So when you talk, you'll have one, and then once they pick their panel, they'll have to share. So if one person puts it on, it should pick up the person next to them.
Okay, you might have to talk us through that
Okay.
when it's time. So put this on and do what?
Just talk. I mean, we're live now.
Hello?
Yeah, they can hear you. Say hey, YouTube. Hey,
Can you hear me? No, but I mean in
here.
here. Can they hear me in here?
No, they can't hear you.
Oh, that's what I need is in here. Okay, so one of these does it? Lord have mercy. If it's red, that means it's hot.
Yep, you're hot.
Hello? Put it up like this. All right. Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Kind of, sort of good? Cold, hot, warm, tired, hungry? No one should be hungry at this point, I'm thinking. So I'm hoping that where you're sitting, you can see. Can you see? If you can't, I would invite you to move to a different table. Can everyone see? And then I don't know the Wi-Fi, but I'm sure someone in here knows the Wi-Fi and can share it with somebody who needs to get on Wi-Fi. Okay, good. All right, so we'll get started. Let me preface this by saying I am not an expert. I will not be able to answer all your questions. I will not be able to solve all your organizational or workplace issues, but there's a lot of talent in the room. There are a lot of people who are invested in this work, who are very skilled at what they're doing. And if we know anything about collective impact, it's in this room. So I hope you're collecting cards and phone numbers and Facebook friends and LinkedIn and all that other stuff so that you can get connected. So hopefully everyone has everything that they need. They have the documents, they have the QR code, you have something to write with, you have some water, yeah? We're good? Okay. The other thing is I was brought up in church.
Amen.
Y'all gonna have to say something. So when I'm talking, I'm gonna need to hear like, I have a question or a groan or whatever that might be, but I'm gonna need something so that I know that you're listening. And the other reason why I'm asking is I have been on Zoom for 2 years. 2 years on a mute. Do you know what that's like? Where you're asking everyone, how are you doing? And they're just looking at you like, so I will need that. You're helping me and you're helping each other. I have a firm belief that emotions and energy and all of that, it's contagious. And so we're sharing that in the room. All right? Okay. I didn't mean to get us off topic, but the other thing is I got lots of notes. So, but I'm not leaning into notes. I'm leaning into the knowledge and the wisdom that's in this room. So a lot of what I'm going to be sharing is like conversation starters, and I'm looking to hear how that impacts you and any questions you might have about that. All right? Okay, the first thing, very, very candid and in your face, I found this online and I thought this is so appropriate to start with. No matter where we stand, we are on indigenous land. So while it's important to know the tribes that exist currently on the land, we should also be aware that there were about 574 tribes that were impacted, probably tens of thousands more by colonization. And so while knowing the tribes, knowing the location, knowing the history is important, above all else, just recognize that's where we stand, right? And I think that grounds us, right? It gives us a little bit more context around why racial equity is important. So I'm gonna read my land acknowledgement. This is something I made for myself, not for my organization or for any one person. But as I'm reading it, I'm curious to know, what does this land acknowledgement compel you to do? So by first acknowledging that we are seated in the ancestral lands of the Port Gamble S'Klallam tribe and Suquamish tribe, whose land we now have the privilege of gathering, working, and living on. To say this is to acknowledge a debt to those who were here before us and to recognize our responsibility to respect and honor the intimate relationship Indigenous peoples have to this land. We do this to remind us of the history that has shaped our present and will continue to shape our future. It also reminds us to be intentional in our relationship with the land and with the people Indigenous to this region. Our work needs to be informed by that history in order of our communities and realize our commitment to be anti-racist organizations. This acknowledgement, although a small gesture towards reconciliation, is a call to move beyond words and into meaningful action. Having said that, what does this land acknowledgement compel you to do? What does knowing that compel you to do? Yeah.
For me, it's just to think about where I am and the land that I walk on every day and to keep that at the top of mind.
Yeah. To think about where you are and the land that you are on every day. Yes. So here's the deal. I have a few more mics, but I don't know how we feel about post-COVID stuff and all that. So people are going to have to make a decision about that. Were you here to help me, Christina?
I'm going to try.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Peggy.
It compels me to help ensure that we turn our lights on. That we turn our lights on. Anyway,
is it dead? I'm sorry.
raise my voice.
There you go.
So it compels me to ensure that we honor the treaties.
Okay, thank you. Who else?
That we acknowledge our shared history and that our historical context is alive in our current reality and will impact the future outcomes.
Yes, thank you. We sometimes, and I've learned this, let me say this, that I'm over here. I feel like I'm back in Zoom world. You're muted. Yeah, it reminds me of my learning over the course of this work that I would look to Indigenous, like land acknowledgement, to look to Indigenous histories like being part of the past. But what I hear you saying is remember that it's also part of our future. It's our present and our future. Who else? One more person. What do you feel compelled to do? Yeah.
I just remember that we're on stolen land.
Stolen.
So every time I hear a land acknowledgement, I want people to say this is stolen land.
Yeah.
And that we still need to go back and to correct that.
Yeah. So that's my amendment to my land acknowledgement, that we are on stolen land. Thank you. All right, let's keep pushing forward. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we might experience today, but also what might be happening in your workplace, what might be happening with you or with your peers, whoever you're working with. And we'll really quickly kind of touch on this, and I'm curious to know if anyone wants to share where they believe their organization might be. But I put this together as a way to think about where are we at, like emotionally, like what's happening with us emotionally and cognitively in our journey towards racial equity habits, right? So there's the work that we're doing. It's not just about superficially changing some things that people see or on the surface, but it's really about creating habits, right? So we go to the gym and we exercise so we can create habits. I ain't been lately, but I'm gonna work on it. So very quickly, when we go through, for example, our original stage of comfort, and we are told that there is something that we're doing that we didn't know we were doing, usually for some folks, that looks like denial or fear, maybe even a little bit of anger, right? Who's familiar with some of these models? So like the unconscious competence model, some people are familiar with that, yeah. There's the proximal zone of development is probably part of this as well. And then if you think about Kubler-Ross's stages of grief, that's happening as well, right? So through our journey, we're moving through a variety of emotions and a variety of like cognitive stalls, I would say, that get us from this trepidation around what's about to happen. What is it going to cost me? We might talk about cost a little bit today. What's the risk involved? Oftentimes when we have this conversation, I hear, what am I going to lose? Or what more are you adding to my plate? It's usually what I hear. And so there's resistance around that. And then moving towards more skill building and curiosity. And we're looking for this in our organizations. So when we're talking about racial equity work, you're looking for this. Because if you're still in a state of like, I'm angry and I'm afraid and I'm resistant, then there's some work that needs to happen on that level first. People just won't receive it. We already know what it's like to tell our kids don't do something. They're going to do it, right? That's just how it is, at least my kids. And 20 and 14 and they still doing it. So it's something to think about. What about adults? And then we finally get to this place of growth where we have more habit and we're really clear about this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And we're willing to take more risk. We're willing to experiment. We're willing to do more practice and some application. I want you to think about that as you think about your organization. Where are you at? Where's your organization at? And I'm going to discourage you from thinking about one person or two people, because we know that structural racism, while it relies upon the work of individuals, it's not about the one person. So like getting rid of that one person is not all of a sudden going to change the organization. And if that was the case, you have a toxic culture, let's have a different conversation. So any thoughts about this? How does this strike you? So I do want to say one thing, and I'll talk a little bit about some practices to cultivate in this work. In the comfort zone and in their fear zone, there's likely discomfort for folks. And I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but you'll be in training and they start talking about we want to create safe places, everybody feels comfortable, so they can learn, they can share. Well, that doesn't really happen when people are comfortable. We need a little bit of discomfort as a tool. I'm gonna go back to my exercising example. Going to the gym and exercising, when you first start, it is painful. Like you're using muscles that you didn't know you had, or you knew you had, but you didn't want to revisit, right? Discomfort should be a tool. It shouldn't be a way to ostracize people or to bring shame or blame on people. It's a way for us to stretch our thinking. So I want to offer that for you today too. If there's something that you're uncomfortable with, that you kind of look inside and ask yourself, what is it about what she's saying that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with, and explore that a little bit further. Are we okay with that? All right, cool. So I should have started out by saying this, and this is kind of what I want to share. That's why I said I got a bunch of notes, because there's things that I want to make sure I say to this group, because there's some things we won't talk about, and it's intentionally. So coming into this room, I made a couple of leaps of faith. Number one, we only have an hour, so I had to make some assumptions. My assumption is that we want to learn together because collective action isn't a solo sport. Is that true for some people in here? Yeah. My other assumption, or my leap of faith that I'm making, is that we recognize that something isn't quite right in our workplaces, in our systems. We also acknowledge that we've contributed to the problem. Is that true for some of us? Again, I'm not saying point on yourself, even though, if you are the person, but we acknowledge that. My other leap of faith is that we all recognize that words and intentions are insufficient. Yeah. So the DEI statements are great. Those are good. We should do those. And there's more to that. My next leap of faith is that we acknowledge that there's a demand placed upon us, I'm saying our organizations, by our constituents, our community, our staff, and our funders to change. Anyone experiencing that demand? Okay. And my last leap of faith here is that we want to be race explicit, and that's why we're in this room when we talk about race equity. And so we've done our homework. We understand that race is a social construct, and although it's constructed, we are still socialized around race. whether we talk about it or not, right? So I don't have to tell my kids that they are Black. Their experiences have told them that they are Black. And so that I wanted to make sure to share that. All right, any questions about that? So I wanted to share, like I started out saying earlier, I am not an expert. I'm learning from people because this is something that I'm very interested in, and I feel compelled, and at times there's a conviction upon me, and at other times, you know, I'll be candid, I'm angry. And so I want to put that energy to good use. So some of the practices that I've cultivated over time, and I will share with you because I encourage you to think about them. Firstly is that we do this work with empathy. Everyone is in different places. We all have lived experiences, not just Black and brown people. Everybody has unique lived experiences, and recognizing that we do this work with empathy. So at any time we use this work, we weaponize this work, then you're not doing the work that needs to be done, right? So one of the things I've learned over time is that we might do this work and someone feel hurt, but to the extent that I am harming that person, then I'm not really in keeping or aligned with the goals of racial equity. Racial inequity harms everyone. Structural racism harms everyone. And now, if you identify as a white person, you may not experience that personally or be conscious of it, but the point is that we do equity work with empathy. I talked about discomfort as a tool, so we're gonna do some hard things. We're gonna talk a little bit about deep equity, and going deep sometimes is a little painful. And then urgency, not emergency. I say that because oftentimes I run into people who they equate urgency with we got to hurry up and do it. Well, one of the norms of dominant culture is hurry up and do it, and don't include the people in the conversation who need to be in the conversation. So yes, it's urgent, but it's not an emergency, so to speak, that we're moving forward so fast that we forget to include the people most impacted. Did I say that in a way that makes sense? Anyone have questions about that? Yeah. And another thing that I've learned is that although I am Black, surprise, although I am Black, I have been socialized and brought up in white dominant culture. So there are things that I do at work, at home, part of different associations and boards that are very reflective of white dominant culture norms. So I say that to say, just because somebody is a person of color doesn't mean that they know all the ways and they're going to be able to answer all the pathways and give you answers to what to do next. So that's a lesson. You know, we don't burden people of color, but then also don't assume people of color know all the answers. Somebody said amen. Thank you. Thank you. All right, any thoughts about that? Anyone want to lend some thoughts to that? I should have said, this is not going to be like me talking the whole time. People are going to we're going to all chip in and say something. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but this might be the best time for everyone to chip in on that. So when I talk about being race explicit, what I'm talking about is we name it what it is. We say that our intention is to advance racial equity because Black and brown people experience disparate outcomes. Like, we're really clear about that. We talk about how the history of this country has been racist. I mean, I don't know what other way do you say racist without saying racist, right? My husband says stuff like, tell me that you're racist without telling me that you're racist. You know, that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm hoping that answers your question. Who else? What do we mean when we say be race explicit? Are you gonna yell or are you gonna use the mic?
I can yell. I think there's a movement right now to say, oh, let's be colorblind.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not talk about it. Let's just treat everybody equal and everything will be fine. And I think that doesn't recognize the history I think everything in the present rests on history.
Mm-hmm.
So if we aren't race specific, we're erasing a lot of history.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Avoiding racial detours, like let's talk about trauma instead, or let's talk about socioeconomics instead. So when we talk about equity, we need to refocus it back on racial equity and not do these detours around other things that are related to equity, but not racially explicit.
Yeah. And there's a lot of research we can all do on our own to connect race as the main driver of inequity that's experienced. And I'll show you a slide real quick. And then what I will ask is if you're part of these organizations in the slide that I'll show, that you share your take on some of the information. So originally I was going to have everyone kind of like identify what agency was in here and where you felt you were on your journey. And if someone wants to share that, that's fine, but we won't take up too much time with that. So I kind of pull this together based on my experiences working with different organizations and with folks. So at the beginning of your journey, you may be in the aware stage, right? There's an intention. You've stated that you want to advance equity and you have a basic understanding of equity concepts. You know, you have a dictionary, so to speak. Maybe you have some unclear goals, or no focus or momentum to really move it forward. And the activities that you're participating in tend to be siloed, most often in HR. Leaders don't own the responsibility for dismantling racism. So it's kind of this is a good thing to do, you go do it, let us know what happens, right? So as I read this to you, if you would think about where you are in your journey, maybe you're in the committed stage. So you've made some efforts, you know, leadership has shown interest, you have more focus on racial equity, maybe they sent you to this workshop, maybe they sent you, or maybe you came on your own. You're experimenting with different ways of supports. Staff are trained on racial equity, which is kind of like baseline stuff that we can do. There's an increased attention and recruitment of people of color, so you're focused on the idea of representation being solely about the numbers, right? And the organization is exploring tools and methods to move it a little bit further. The different designations.
This one, right? Yeah. How does it compare to the one
to this one right here? So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. You're trying to get ahead on my agenda. Yeah, but I want us to put it all together. So in Internalize, we recognize and we internalize racial equity values. Like, we are being very race explicit. We talk about it all the time. There's a commitment to racial equity, and it's evident in the leadership and our mission, our operations, our governance, and in HR. So it's not just in the numbers, but it's in what we're doing, what we know, how we talk about it. Anti-racist and racial equity practices are integrated. Cultural proficiencies are internalized. So there's a performance discussion around, you know, equity capabilities, right? How are your staff demonstrating that? And then staff and leaders are held accountable. So maybe your CEO, your senior directors, your board, there's like a review process where we say, well, what have you done towards advancing racial equity? And we review that. Yes, hard question.
So my organization has done a lot of policy changes. We've done a lot of expectations. If you are obviously doing microaggressions, you will be called out for that. And we've done a lot of that. So the problems that we have, I have not had a chance, I'm teaching our manager, I have not had a chance to train them in bias. And so they think they've done it all because they do policy, they've done great money, they've looked at what everybody's making, they've done some things that are good.
Yeah.
But if you don't know about your bias, when we have women of color, they're looking for 4 different jobs in any of them, she asked for feedback, she can get any, but the conclusion is, of course, it's up for color. So I asked the recruiting manager, I said, did you look at this? She looked at, she said, yeah, I've seen bias there. I'm like, can you find bias for me?
Yeah. But would you say that work is explicitly around dismantling racism? You know, sometimes we engage in work that's about changing external behavior. Like I want to be seen as someone that's doing the right thing, so we're going to use a whip and get everybody in line. But is that really dismantling racism? Yeah. So I think that's the question to ask. Karen.
It just seems like you guys are in that, it seems like you're in the mode checking box, right? So we're being mission statement, we're doing all these things, and now we put it out to the public, but it's the work that has to be done behind the scenes. There's training, conversations, the book studies, and sending people to these type of things. That's how you get people to shift their mindset. You can put all the policies in place, but if you don't do the work underneath, the dirty work, making the room, right? You know you can't make a good anything if you can't do the room, right? So it's that one aspect.
And the nature of human beings, and we'll move forward, I have learned is that we can be very sophisticated in the way that we manipulate systems and use them to our advantage. So not that this is true in your situation, but it causes me to wonder when we talk about people microaggressing and then being written up and maybe being terminated, I start to wonder, was there another agenda prior to that this just made it okay to fire that person? I'm not saying that's what you said, but you understand what I'm saying? Am I clear? I get to talking and rambling, and in my head, it sounds like I'm making a lot of sense. You should be in my head. So finally, we are trusted partners and allies in dismantling racism. I italicize trusted because I love to hear people say, we are a trusted partner. Who told you you were a trusted partner? You make sure you ask for someone to tell you that you're trusted. If I say trust me, you better not trust me. You better wait and see. So we're trusted partners and allies in dismantling racism. Racial equity is seen as essential and embedded in our strategy. Staff and leaders can articulate the need for racial equity and embed it in all activities, and it's not rote. It's not reading the list of things that they learned from a workshop, but they internalize, they understand racial equity is important. Organization is seen as inclusive, multicultural, and anti-racist, and the organization regularly challenges their thinking about racial equity. So this is something that I've worked on and developed myself. You should have access to some of these things at that link. I'm looking for your feedback. So email me and say, I had some thoughts about this and there, and because I'd love to hear that. All right, so I wanted to know introductions and where you are on the continuum, but I think we're running out of time, so we're gonna move forward. But if anyone knows right off the top of their head where they think there might be, maybe you can yell that out. Aware? Okay. Committed? Okay. Committed. Anybody in strategic and sustainable? Anybody in the trusted? No, that's probably why we're here. Okay. All right, so as we move forward, I want to make a point of mentioning this. My work prior to DEI was in, Christina's gonna keep me on task, and she's gonna make sure, keep the mic like that. She's gonna keep me on task. Some of my work before DEI was in organizational change and organizational development. And one of the things we often talk about is remembering that organizations are systems, right? They're systems with parts and peoples and processes and policies. And that if we want to do change, systems change, we have to go deep. So a lot of times what you'll see is the work is happening at the surface. We're very reactive. Something happened in the news, oh my gosh, we got to put out a statement, right? It's very reactive. Or we do the things on the surface that look like racial equity. How many Black people we got in this organization? We should hire about 4 or 5 more, right? Anybody know any Hispanic, Latinx people? That's what I get. Because we need to hire, who do you know, right? So there's a lot of effort spent on there. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. We definitely should be hiring for diversity and be thinking about our numbers. But it can't stop there, right? It can't stop that we need to hire somebody of color to come work in the organization, but then beneath, like all of this stuff is crap. So then they leave because it's not a place for them to be. You haven't even checked the structures. So when we think about change, when we think about racial equity, I want you to think about deep systems change. I want you to think about deep equity. Like, how can we go deep? Ways that we can go deep. And what I will say is that when we talk about being race explicit, naming it is very powerful. There's a lot of power in naming racism and the history of racist practices in this country. But also recognize that what's happening underneath is that there's going to be some ugly stuff. I think Karen just brought that up. Some ugly stuff happens underneath there. This is where racism lives and is reproduced, down up in there. This is where blame resides and illogical ideologies about color blindness. Peggy brought that up, shows up. And where we talk about being race neutral, and the newest thing, I shouldn't say newest, but the latest thing that's come to my attention is like this neo-nationalism to take root. So that's a way to think about it. Any questions about that? Yeah.
But one of the things that we do in DEI and D. So in your organization, there's a sense of belonging.
Belonging, okay.
A person from not the majority, African American, Latina, Native American into the organization, can they belong?
Mm-hmm.
Is there space for them in that place to be their authentic self, or do they have to morph to match the majority?
Yes.
And I think that's the hard piece when you step into an organization as a person of color, and can you really be you, or do you have to be someone else to fit in?
Yeah.
And I think what needs to happen, and I was just in a session yesterday, and she challenged everyone to do your work, your personal work, in being able to do that. That's the good.
Yeah.
The personal work.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Karen somebody had a hand, and Karen had something that had her hand up here too. And I will say, you talked about belonging, and I wrestle with that because that's important for me in my organization as well, but I know we're not there yet. Like, I know that I can't even speak to that if I haven't addressed some of the deeper equity issues. So someone had a point back there.
I was just wondering, if you give examples, concrete examples, what evidence, if you were evaluating an organization, doing an assessment, what evidence would you look for that they are addressing pattern structures and mental models? What do you see as patterns and trends?
So I think I would look at things like real basic superficial stuff. So I'm curious about, where do you post your job announcements? Like, who's in your circle that you're associated with, right? Do you know the same organizations? Let's say 4 or 5 organizations. All 4 organizations are struggling with finding staff of color, but those are the people you go to kind of get help with that. Well, you're talking to the wrong people. I think about how often do people of color get promoted or mentored or coached into leadership roles? How safe, I would say, do people of color feel even bringing that up? Like, hey, you passed me over for a position. How often are they involved in committees and task force to make decisions? Do you go to them, not internally, externally, do you go to those communities that are most impacted and say, we have this great idea, what do you think? That to me is kind of the beginning of evidence. Look at their budget. I heard someone say that a budget is a moral document. What do you spend your money on? What are you actually spending your money on? If you're spending your money on big things, and I'm not saying big things aren't important, but it's how you prioritize what you spend your money on, right? Then I like to think about the conversations. Can we have a conversation about racism, let's say in a meeting, a committee or something is meeting, and I bring up that I felt like someone's behavior was inappropriate, and I felt microaggressed. Is everyone reactive? Like, oh my gosh, why did you say that? You're hurting everybody's feelings. You're making it hard. You made it a hostile work environment. That type of thing. Those are the things that I would be looking for. How often do leadership check in with staff, all staff, and staff of color to say, how's it going? How often do you ask your community, have we mistreated you? Do you feel offended when you walk into, like, those are hard questions. Nobody wants to hear, every time I come into your place of business, I'm disregarded and disrespected. But that's how we get at the evidence. We have to ask some of those hard questions. And I may not have answered that. I can answer that in more detail later if you need me to. Yeah.
And just piggyback that, it goes back to data. So when you set out the surveys, this is when you get to things that are underneath. So it's not surveys, you can respond, and then you use the data to make a change, right? Because when you're at that organization, you're at the top, you're able to implement those changes. Bring the data to the table and tell people, look, this is what people need. And I'm going to go back to this belonging things. Our organization did add belonging. And we had this training, and that afternoon, my colleague and I, he was like, I don't understand it, belonging. And I looked at him, and I had a breakdown on the way that to make him understand that I had code switch. And so he's like, well, what is code switch? I'm like, we talking to you right now, but let me tell you what came from this time. That what you said was racist, it was stupid. When I come to this space with you, I don't feel like I belong. Because you have made me feel like I'm in the same space where I can show you more than we have. So they were like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that. So now it just peeled back in another way. I don't necessarily believe we should be adding belonging to our team now, but how the team might have it, okay, go ahead and have it. Adding that little thing about closer can really help change everything in this session.
Yeah, and that would be important for us to think about as we move forward and do a lot of our own research. When I think about belonging, all of the ways in which we're different, that resides beneath the waterline, as you mentioned. And so we think about covering, right? How many times we have to cover who we are when we come into the workplace. So we won't spend too much time on that. So any more thoughts on this as we move forward? Yeah.
Something that I am processing and working through is this idea that oftentimes when we are working on equity issues or working with organizations on equity work, we do something that is retrofitting. So we come up with a way to fix this inequity, and we retrofit it into an existing system. Well, that doesn't last because it was never intended to fit into that system. And so I'm doing this mind shift and trying to work through this with the organization that I'm working with is really what this comes down to is dismantling part of that system that isn't working and recreating something that is intended to be part of that system. And I think that oftentimes in the work that we're engaged in is we spend an awful lot of time writing a policy or the procedures or all of that, which are really just retrofitting something into a system that is inequitable from the beginning.
Yeah.
And so really, we need to have that mind shift. We need to move away from this retrofitting, from fixing things on the surface level, but really getting down to the foundation.
Yeah.
And working from there.
And we'll talk more about structural racism because I think that's what you're getting at is structural racism. And we'll talk more about that. Thank you for offering that. So really quickly, I'm going to offer what Glenn Harris shares is a definition or way to think about racial equity. I would welcome your thoughts too as to what we mean by racial equity. But he says that it's about applying justice and a little bit of common sense to a system that's been out of balance. I've heard someone say that the system is not broken, the system is doing exactly what it's designed to do, right? So when a system is out of balance, people of color feel the impacts most acutely, but to be clear, an imbalanced system makes us all pay. And I think I talked about that earlier. So let's get clear on some definitions. I'd actually want to hear you offer definitions so we can get kind of the same language. Side note, that's another thing that gets organizations derailed. Everybody has a different way of defining equity, racial equity, and racism, and anti-racism, and oh my gosh, do not say white supremacy. We can't say white, right? So organizations, if you're starting, be clear on what do these words mean? What's the intent behind sharing these definitions if you're talking about dismantling years, 403, I did the math the other day, 403 years of structural racism. So can someone offer definition for race, racism, anti-racism, racial equity? What definitions do you know?
Race is a social construct based upon physical appearance, and racism is using perceptions around physical appearance to allocate or deny resources to groups based on the racial construct.
Mm-hmm. If anybody can top that. Okay. Who else? Race, racism. Yes, Peggy, she has a mic right there.
I also institute racism is prejudice plus power.
It's prejudice plus power. Okay. Anti-racism. Anyone have any thoughts on that, or racial equity? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's actively working to dismantle racist structures in your organization. Taking an active proactive.
Yes. Thank you. If I had treats to give, I would share treats, but I don't. All right, so let's look at this slide. Can you see it well? You probably can't see it too well. Can you? You think you can? So I except for a few slides that I made on my own, I copied stuff from the internet. Y'all gonna have to forgive me. So when we talk about structural racism, we're talking about the compounding and multiplying effects of different factors that systemically privilege white people and disadvantage people of color. When we also talk about structural racism, we're talking about it happening across institutions. So it's not just happening in my organization or at your table, it's happening across all the tables in the room, if you think about it representing different sectors. So hiring, promotion, wealth, education, K-12 education, justice, health, life expectancy, higher education, prenatal and early childhood, and home and family are all adversely impacted by structural racism. It's impacted by historical practices that across these institutions reinforce one another, right? So if anyone is in any one of these sectors, would you be willing to offer maybe just what you know about disparate outcomes in your sector? Yeah, someone's back there.
I'm a new business owner, right? And just opened in January. So I've been doing a lot of networking and things like that. We've gone to a lot of events and all those things. And I noticed that I'm the only person of color in those events. I am the only one. Right? And one day, it was like about a week ago, I'm sitting at this event and I questioned myself. Do I belong here? I questioned myself. I don't know. I didn't know if I belonged here. So I left that event. I always have them graduate school about who's going through things like this. I called them and I'm telling them, like, I don't know if I belong here. I'm the only person of color that's been to these things. And we're not construction creation, things like that. And we talked through it, and he's like, you just have to be direct and go do something. That's how I ended up here, right? I got to my office, I sat down, I started looking for ways of networking and minorities and stuff like that. I found this how you go. But yeah, it is structural. I've been there. Man, I sat down and questioned myself. Like, I did this. I opened the two of my heart for it. I was lucky, right? To be in the military, with diversity in one place that I worked at. So diversity, this was kind of the first time that I felt it. I don't know. It like opened my eyes.
Yeah. You are welcome here. Yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about profound outcome gaps, and let's kind of have a conversation. Let's just make stuff up as we go along. And let's talk about the history of home ownership, property ownership in this country, and how, as a starting place, is a place of racial inequity and has created, has fueled some disparate outcomes for people of color. So what do we know about housing in this country? Housing, home ownership, yeah.
Historically, we have denied a history of redlining.
Okay.
Across the industry.
Okay, so people are familiar with redlining, right? Are we not familiar with redlining? Who wants to explain that real quick? Redlining, yes. All right, share. Share.
So, in the city of Bremerton, as across the nation, their redlining is just years where people of this color can live for people of this color can live. We actually had that very extensively in our community with the housing authority years ago in the 40s and 50s. However, a lot of our structures, our structural lines, to this day, follow those lines. Most people don't know where the lines were. And well, how did this particular political precinct line get drawn? Why is it there? Well, if you look back in history, it was redlining. Why is Navy Yard City not a part of the city of Bremerton? For those who don't know, Navy Yard City in Bremerton is a part of the county that's encapsulated within the city limits of Bremerton, but it's not Bremerton. That was done so that the African Americans and Black people could not vote for city council members. And so, to this day, that's still the case, and it still affects why our city council is all white.
So you just gave a example of how housing is tied to our present day situation. Yeah.
So to tie on to this, with the red line, that was actually drawn by the federal government and it's insured funds. So we're in the red line and you get federally backed funds. We're outside the red line, you don't, insurance as well. And so there's that piece. I'm sorry, guys, I'm trying to say about that, but it's tied to that impacts political structure, impacts access to schools because it trying to develop one area and they don't have funding for the schools.
Did everybody hear her say what she said? And how housing is tied to funding for schools? So we're back to this cycle. Go ahead.
It's also tied to health because historically, currently, people are placed, who are renters, are placed in places where they basically they're closer to higher air pollution, but they're closer to places with harmful houses, housing increase in those populations.
So did everyone hear that, how she tied that to health outcomes, life expectancy? Yeah?
And we wouldn't give Black and brown people mortgages.
Right. Yeah. And, then we moved into the whole subprime thing. That's a whole nother conversation. But the point that we're making here is if you start at one place on this cycle, on this relationship, you can see how structural racism impacts all other. And that's why it's important that this work happens across institutions, right? So we can do the work internally, and we'll talk about that very quickly, but it still has to happen across institutions. Yes?
And just touching on that, there's a recent article in the Washington Post, it was from a county in Baltimore, where a Black family's home was appraised less than what they paid for it years before. So the whole, thing for generations of Black people. It's not equitable to whatever else we've done.
And I wanted to start out with homeownership as well, because that's our present reality. Like houselessness, homelessness is on the rise, and then the market is just kind of super exploded. So if you own a home, and I'm talking to all of us, I'm not talking to just white people, but if you own a home and you sell it during this market, you probably made you some money, maybe, right? Or if you can rent it. So we're talking about that wealth gap between white people and people of color. So some points I want to bring out really quick here is that what people have basically demonstrated is that patterns of inequity and racial disparities are recognizable across systems and speaks to the levels of internalized and externalized oppression that continues to happen in those communities. What you also see is that within these cycles, there are people acting on and people who are acted upon. And I have to say that because sometimes I think we get stuck in the transactional element of this, but there are people who are being impacted by our work or our lack of work. So it's something to think about regularly. And like I already said, the system is designed to do just this. It's been designed to do just this, to leave people of color outside of opportunities for wealth, for access, for education. And these are things that you may already know. The other thing that I've learned over time is that structural racism is always expanding and contracting, right? I heard someone say that it morphs. It just takes the shape of our present day. And so I say that because oftentimes I hear, well, that's not true today. There's a whole bunch of laws that make it illegal, but we know what happened. You know, there was a whole Jim Crow era. Like there were laws that were passed and then considered illegal, and then states and cities and regions found ways to work around it. So I go back to my earlier point, human beings, we are very sophisticated in the way that we manipulate our environment to get what we want. Any thoughts to that right now? No? Okay. This one you're not going to be able to see. Go ahead. Say that again loud for the people to hear.
The dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, that is just suppressing everything people of color and their ability to vote.
Yeah. And we see that, happening in our school systems, right, across the country when we don't want to talk about CRT. Well, we've been talking about Black history, well, maybe not for too long, but the last few years, and that, isn't that CRT in a way?
Please gonna drive me crazy, please. So critical race theory is a 600 level class.
In colleges.
Full disclosure, I am on the road to school boards. However, critical race theory is a 600 level graduate class taught in law school. So this whole notion that we're trying to indoctrinate kids and teach critical race theory, I don't know any 10-year-old who's in the law school right now. However, we're not teaching critical race theory in any K-12 school, anywhere in the whole world. So I'm really irritated and jammed up when I hear that. But to know that, just like I said at the beginning, if we don't talk about these things at an early age, these kids are already talking about it. They have a room.
Yes.
They're more educated than we are. So when you try to erase these discussions from the school, it ain't gonna work.
And thank you, Karen. And it's the reality that most of our kids are experiencing. I won't spend too much time on that. We'll talk about this slide, but my daughter's in high school. She's 14 years old, and she's had several incidences where she was already called a nigger. So 14. And you would think if we had been doing the work by this time, in her life, in my lifetime, that's not something she would experience, but she's experienced it. And so that's the reality of the world that we live in. So this image is not the very best image, but I wanted us to see this cycle that we're a part of, right? So there is history, there are policies and practices, for example, voting rights. FHA loans, residential segregation, access to education and green spaces and resources and safety and healthcare, jobs, hiring and advancement, and the lack thereof for people of color that have impacted inequitable outcomes and racial disparities. So this chart talks about inequitable outcomes and experiences result from policy decisions in health, housing, employment, education, and life expectancy. And they reinforced white supremacist beliefs or norms and ideology that, and the dominant narrative that uses that to perpetuate disparate outcomes, right? And then it feeds into this cycle of what I would call where priming happens. So there's this narrative about race, and there's these racialized structural arrangements and differential outcomes that are determined by race that prime us to believe that people of color are where they are because of what they did or did not do, right? So this idea that, well, if they only work hard enough, if they only get a education, well, not an education at that school, education at this school, and then after that, they should get a map, like all this hard work. Has anyone read the article about, I'm not really good at remembering names, so y'all gonna have to forgive me. She's I can't think of the name, forget it, sorry. So the point is, in this on the far left there's priming and associations and assumptions that happen that perpetuate this structural racism, and of course we call that bias. And it's present within our systems, and this is why we do the deeper work to ask around, when we talked about right here, these mental models, start talking with our teams and our leaders and our board around our thinking. What is our thinking, our conscious and unconscious thinking around opportunity, professionalism, productivity, right? Because there's an expectation around productivity. It looks like you come in at 8 and you leave at 5:30. And if you take lunch, you take it at your desk right? So that might not be true for a lot of people now, but just that's an example of mental models and how that feeds into our expectations of people, and then this bias that we have around this person doesn't work hard enough, so they don't deserve a raise, or they look like they can't be trusted to take care of the neighborhood, so we don't want them moving in next door to me. So these things happen. Anyone familiar with this particular image? Yeah. Any problems with this image? With these images? Yeah, let's yell it out loud. Take down the fences. Take down the fences. And I mean, these were good efforts to help us think about the difference between equality and equity. This idea that equality is where everyone gets the same, but when we're talking about equity, this is not about sameness. This is about eliminating barriers so that Black and brown people can have the same opportunity, same access to those opportunities. And I will also say that equity is a way to get to justice. Okay, any more thoughts on this? Because I'm going to share one more slide about that. Yeah, put them in the game. So I like to use this to talk a little bit about equity or racial equity, because it's helped me to think about how sometimes this conversation gets detoured. When I hear people talk about equity, they're really talking about equality. They're saying, let's just make sure everybody has a bike. Let's just make sure everybody has a house, everybody has an education, everybody has a job, whatever that might be. But equity says that everyone has a different lived experience, and sometimes because of racist practices in the history for those particular populations, they need something a little bit different. So what that looks like is everyone gets a different type of bike. We all get bikes, but we get different types of bikes. It also goes back to my earlier point about how inequity harms all of us, and all of us will benefit from equity. So if we think about this little person at the end on the little bike, one day this little person is going to need a different type of bike. But if your system is set up to only give one type of bike, there's going to be a point where they can't access the bike, right? So in equity, because there are different types of bikes, I'm using the bike analogy, at one point, if any of these people need the bike that, what is that called? Is that called a tricycle? Not really, is it? It's called a what? Recumbent bike. At one point, if they need that, that bike is made available. Is that imagery kind of clear for you? Yeah. So my encouragement is to go away from sameness. And when you hear people talk about that, it's really important to help them understand that we're not talking about everyone having the same thing. And I often hear about it, oh, that's not fair. Well, racism isn't fair, right? And we're trying to correct a system. So this is not about favoring people of color over another. This is about correcting imbalances in the system. Any other thoughts to that? No? Okay. I thought we were going to have more conversation. All right, so one of the things I think is important to clarify is that racial equity is a process of eliminating racial disparities. I think I've heard it used in a way that tries to kind of characterize a present state, and it's really a process that we're using to get somewhere, right? We're using to get to justice. So it's a process of eliminating racial disparities and improving outcomes for everyone. This piece is important. It is the intentional and continual practice of changing policies. So it's not a one-time, it's something that you're revisiting, and it's probably gonna take you 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 years. It's not gonna happen overnight. It's a practice of changing policies, practices, systems, and structures by prioritizing measurable change in the lives of people of color. So this goes back to being race explicit. Thoughts to that? I got a sign that said I need to hurry up, so I'm gonna start hurrying up. All right, most folks should be familiar with the lens of systemic oppression. Are we all familiar with this lens of systemic oppression? I'll talk a little bit about it, or actually, maybe I can have people share. What's your familiarity with the lens of systemic oppression, and what would you be willing to explain? What's happening at the individual level?
Individual oppression, internalized oppression is where you have assumed or believe negative or done something around your racial identity, and then there's the internalized superiority of dominant culture where they have agency reflections of their success and opportunities everywhere. So
yeah.
It's an assumption of spirit.
So it's this idea that I have assumptions and biases and unconscious beliefs about myself as well as other people, right? So people of color. What about interpersonal? So this is happening between people. Anybody? This is really about how I view and treat people, and it's how I act across differences and commonalities. So maybe I favor people that look like me, or I speak poorly about people who don't look like me. And it's also those feelings that go with it. And then institutionally, this is happening within our organization. Those are the policies, practices, structure, and culture, and so forth. And what we just talked about happening across that cycle, with housing and education and health and so forth, that's the structural element there. So I think it's important to point out that these systems are deeply entrenched and therefore require deep equity, meaning there's work that I can do on an individual level, and there might even be work that I can do between teams and within my community, but the work that needs to happen has to happen across institutions. It needs to happen in a way that the system is disrupted. So I'm going to move forward really quickly. I wanted to show this continuum, which you cannot see, so I'm not even going to worry about it. When it's on my computer, it's like, oh, this looks good. They can see it, but then up here it's not. What I want to point out is on this continuum, which it's going to be in that resource folder, but you can look it up yourself. It talks a little bit about being an anti-racist, multicultural organization. And for most of us, we're in either symbolic change or identity change. So if we're in stage 3, we're pretty much a compliance organization. I think we talked about that a little bit. So there's a lot of what we're doing because we are supposed to do it, or we had enough pressure to kind of do it. That looks like we've made some policy pronouncements, and we see ourselves as non-racist, which is not the same thing as anti-racist. We carry out some intentional inclusion efforts, like recruiting someone of color. We do that type of stuff. That's mostly around compliance. And those organizations are okay, except for people who come in making waves. There's no real change to the culture, and we're not aware of how we're contributing to patterns of structural racism. And usually, like I said, equity is housed in one department. So it's like an HR role. Hey, HR, hire some more people, change some policies, tell us what we're supposed to do, but there's no real power to that work. And stage 4, we're looking at being an affirming institution. So we understand more about racism and as a barrier, and we maybe have some analysis of systemic racism, and we have some training, and we talk about power and privilege, and we're clear now about being anti-racist as opposed to non-racist, and we actively recruit and promote, diversity, but our structures and cultures pretty much remain the same around white power and privilege. I would offer that in this stage, any movement, so stage 4, when we talk about an affirming institution, is really focusing on like doing a lot of work around inclusion. They're doing a lot more work, but that's going to take years of work to get to 5 and 6. And this is not to discourage you. This is to say that in order for it to be meaningful and for it to be sustainable, it has to be that deep, inclusive work that will take you a lot of time and a great investment of resources. So again, if your budget is your moral document, what are you committed to? The stage 3 and 4 is considered tolerant of racial and cultural differences. And to move from tolerant to assets, I will tell you that it involves greater risk, more vulnerability. Safety is needed for people of color to have real conversations. So Karen talked about, an engagement survey or, asking questions of our staff, our community. My experience has taught me that you don't ask a question that you're not willing to address. So that's a takeaway. If you feel really compelled, I want to ask all my staff how safe they feel. Ask yourself, am I willing to do something about that? Because if you're not willing to do something about that, you probably shouldn't touch it until you're ready. Does that make sense? Yeah. Same thing for your community. Don't ask your community, how can we make our services better? But you already know that you have a lot of limitations and restrictions. Don't ask that question just yet, because that just lends to the frustration. And if we think about racial equity work and the history of discrimination that people of color have experienced, remember when I said being a trusted partner, you will lose a lot of trust. You will lose a lot of trust in that regards. So you want to create the safety for people of color so that, remember, culture, your organizational culture has not changed yet. Like there's context that still needs to be unearthed. And so there's still a potential for someone of color to be shunned, excluded, diminished, ignored, maybe disregarded, passed up for promotion. And so before you decide you want to go deeper, think about who's going to be impacted. What's the cost? Because we all have good intentions. That's why we're here. But we have to think about the impacts. We want to do good, but we also want to do less harm. And I learned that from Kitsap Strong. And then in 5 and 6, we're talking about structural change and we're fully inclusive and all that other stuff. So I know people have questions, so I want to get your questions before I keep clicking buttons. This was actually my last one. What was your question?
So I have a question about hierarchy within an institution and pay inequity. So I think our organization is.
Is it on?
Okay.
Yeah, I am a director, co-founder of a nonprofit that centers people with lived experience in the criminal system to advance anti-racist policies and justice realm. And one thing that we're grappling with is hierarchy and pay. And one thing I think we would like to move towards is a collective where we have more of a flat model. And I'm just wondering, have you thought about that and how racism plays into, both the
ability to have opportunity to go and develop skills to become more competitive in your organization. And I'm just curious if you think about salary inequities and how much the administrative assistant makes versus the CEO, and how you address that in your mandatory assistance.
So we're always thinking about pay inequity because it's, I think, present and it's a reality for people of color. It's also a reality for folks at different education levels, right? Because we rely heavily on education. It's also a reality for women and women of color, right? So there's just pay inequity. And I also think that one of the things I want to be careful about when I talk about pay inequity is that the organization is able to sustain whatever pay changes that they decide to take. One of my concerns is that when we talk about pay equity, which is, I think, is very important to talk about, especially when we think about that cycle and where people live, right? So not living in the neighborhoods where maybe there's less crime or things of that nature. So pay equity is important, but one of the things that I think is important to think about is we have good intentions, and what is the impact overall to the organization, and what is the impact in the future. So I want you to pay me fairly for my role, and I also want to have my job 5 years from now. You see what I'm saying? So I think it takes a lot of work. Like, you got to dig into the numbers and think about inflation. You got to think about housing. You got to think about benefits. We all know health care is like ridiculous, right? So I think it's important to ensure that everyone has a livable, a fair, livable wage, and then to also say, how can I sustain it? And, you know, I might be shooting myself in the foot because I'm a director at a library and one of my bosses is in the room. But it may mean that you have to look at your structures and, how do I say this, get rid of some roles, and it might be me that you get, not me, the DEI, but me, director. You know what I'm saying? Does that answer your question? Do I think my boss should make more than me? I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. I have very mixed feelings about that. I'm not gonna lie. I have my master's. I didn't put into my education. I kind of want my pay, but so those are things that human beings we have to reconcile with, right? So I have mixed feelings. I feel like this is not the best place to have this conversation. We'll have to, yeah. Yeah. So who else has questions or thoughts about what was shared thus far? Or questions about where you are right now and you're thinking about where to go next? Yeah.
This initiative into strategic goals of a community organization.
Okay, so I'm going to go through a few slides of a bunch of stuff that I put together because I just have been learning and growing. So when we talk about that lens of systemic oppression, there's work that we need to do individually, and that should always be part of your plan going forward. Because it starts with us, I would tell you that listening and reflection is a very important tool in a deep practice. So the same way Karen said, you know, sending out a survey and asking for information, it doesn't have to be a survey, but deep listening is very important to get a sense of where your organization really is. One of the things about covering, remember the iceberg? One of the things about covering is that you're not going to always see what people are experiencing. You're not going to always know that the staff of color or your communities of color that you serve feel very uncomfortable coming into your space, or they feel offended, right? Especially when I think about, like, my mom has since passed, but during the age where she was growing up, the way that you respected white people was you didn't question anything, right? You never questioned anything. So if you still have that mental model now as an adult or an older person, and you're being served in a way that's disrespectful, but you don't ever really say anything, people will never find out. So the deep listening piece is very important. It's really important that part of your plan, make it real personal. There's some responsibility you have for your own growth and participation, and you can demand that of your leadership as well. Well, let me take that back. Power being what it is, you may not be able to demand that, but if it's part of your plan, it can be an expectation that you bake into your plan, right? You're always going to center and amplify, that should say elevate. Anyway, the voices of people of color, and you acknowledge their experiences. We talked about using discomfort as a tool, part of your plan or your next steps going forward. Yeah, have conversations about these things, but the intention is not to we're not trying to harm people. We're not trying to create a situation where people decide it's not safe and I don't want to come back to work. It's not especially during the Great Resignation. Other actions you can take is normalize talking about biases and be very explicit about naming race. So if you've already typed something up and you have a plan, I will go back and revisit it and say, where have I called out race? Where have I called out racial equity? Be really clear about how microaggressions manifest. You'll probably have to take some training. You'll probably have to talk to some people to be really clear about what that looks like in the workplace, because sometimes it's subtle, but it's pinpricks and it's painful. And I think oftentimes what organizations forget is that after a while, those people of color that work for you that have experienced years of microaggressions, and they come to work and they're not as productive as you think they should be, it's not because they can't do the job. It's not because they're not capable, but who can really bring their best self to a place where you're just going to be under attack, right? So think about that, especially when you think about performance management. You want to write people up because they're not being very productive. Well, maybe that's an opportunity to step back and use some more deeper listening. And then, of course, I want you to think about how to be an ally. I'd like for you to do regular self-assessments. Create it for yourself, create it for your team, create it for your leadership, a way for them to ask themselves, where are we going to be in 6 months and where are we going to be a year from now? Organizationally, consider doing a readiness or organizational readiness assessment. I say that because we all have good intentions and we want to jump in with both feet, but your organization may not be ready to do some of this work. And so you may have to back up a little bit. The question I would leave you with is, as part of planning for your next steps, is do you have a critical mass of key leaders? You have people in your organization who would support this work and advocate and lead deep equity. Who are your champions? Again, if you can't answer that, then maybe you're not ready to do this work, because this cannot be a solo sport. It can't be one person. I would say, Karen already offered this, be prepared to collect data, all kinds of data, hiring data, who you fired, who left, who got promoted, who got put on committees, who's being asked to be part of making decisions, who's represented. Those types of things you need to ask. Also, when you think about your communities, who do you serve? How well do you serve them? How often do you make contact? Do you even know who your community is, right? That's the data to collect. How do people feel about working in this organization? How do leaders feel about working in this organization? What do leaders think about racial equity? Is it important to them? That's data. That's collecting a lot of data. Be intentional about recruiting leaders who are skilled in this work. Don't just hire because it's a good hire. It's a good thing to do. I think you fit, which scrap the word fit. Don't use fit anymore. Who would be a great add to your organization, right? Because who wants to have to contort themselves to fit in your organization? So recruit leaders who are skilled to do this work, and again, be mindful about the environment. If you want to do deep equity work and you have leaders who are going to be challenging the norm and the status quo, if they come into an organization that is hostile, resistant, or power is not very clear and it's not shared and distributed, they're going to come in the front and go out the back. Is that true for some people? Does that resonate for some people? Yeah. Revisit your job descriptions for unnecessary qualifications. I read somewhere that, I don't know the numbers, but that women are less likely to apply for positions if they don't feel like they have all the qualifications, right? And that's true in some sense for people of color. So look at your job descriptions and ask yourself, is this necessary to include in there? Do you have to say expert? Is anybody really an expert? right? So do you have to say expert? And then the one thing, I'm being funny, but the one thing I always look at is, why do we be able to lift 50 pounds? Why do some jobs need that, but like, really? And so if you think about people not applying because some of those things are limiting them, it's a microaggression, right? And some people are not going to apply. They're going to look at the description and say, oh, I can't lift 50. Oh, well, I won't apply. And that includes the education as well. Some of these positions, you don't need no master's degree. You don't need no bachelor's degree. You're pretty much entering data, right? So thinking about that as well. Be sure to think about anti-racism training and opportunities to learn about histories. Did we talk about history today? Opportunities to talk about history so that people are clear. If you want a motivation to get unstuck, talk about the history. If you want a motivation, if people are just like, we're not sure where to go, let's revisit the history, right, of this land and of people of color. And talk more about customs and culture. I think when we have a greater appreciation of the differences that are in the room and the history that's in the room, we feel more motivated to move further. Start working with vendors and partners who have the same commitment as you. Because it seems antithetical to say racial equity, but then you're working with people who are they're not aligned with that goal. So that's a place to start too, to start thinking about, hey, where is this organization in their journey? Like, you want to be matched up with that type of organization. Start tracking data, and increase visibility and transparency around your racial equity activities. And I say that to say, again, when we go back to trust, if you're the organization that's made a statement, we got a DEI statement and we want to do all the right things, be very transparent about the work that you're doing. Because for people of color to not know what you're doing is another reason to not really trust, right? Because we hear that all the time. You guys have really good intention, but what are you doing? So be prepared to do that. That might mean that part of your plan is to establish mechanisms to share that information out. Whether it's, an email or you do something once a quarter, whatever that might be, but to be clear about those mechanisms. If you have an opportunity to involve the community that you serve and people of color on some type of advisory board, I would suggest that you do that as well. There's some organizations who are already doing that, and as part of doing that, this goes to Tara's point, there are stipends being provided for participants to take part, because if people of color are the most impacted financially, but then you want us to participate on your advisory board, like, we're going to be the people most impacted. Because I had to figure out how to get there. I got to put my kid in childcare. I got to put gas in my car. I got to come to your meeting. So think about how you can better serve your communities of color. I know I got a lot of stuff here. So let me go back here really quickly. I want you to think about using the models as a way to kind of do a self-diagnostic, right? All of them have different intentions and a different use, but just explore that. So if you're stuck, think about looking at the racial equity journey and what is racism, and ask yourself, what are some of the general feelings of staff and leadership about racial equity and about efforts to operationalize racial equity, like getting clear of what some of those emotions are, because you may have to do work there. Right? Is that clear to people if you're stuck? Because the goal is to launch. So you want to, sometimes that's the importance of stories to discredit a lot of the narratives, because it helps us get unstuck. If you're in a place where you feel indecisive, like we know what we want to do, we've done some work, but we're a little bit paralyzed, look at the lens of oppression and the continuum, and think about, is there a concern about what's the next right thing to do? I think sometimes that's what holds people up. I'm done. Did you say I'm done, Daryl? You were just saying, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. To think about, I think for organizations that are indecisive, it's like we've done some stuff, but we don't know what to do next. Like, we're struggling with what the next thing is to do. So look at that continuum to get some examples or some thoughts, what that might be. But also look at the lens of oppression, because the lens of oppression to me gives us an idea of what's happening within different elements of different levels in our organization. And we can think about ways to go deeper. And then if you're at a place where you've plateaued, like we've done a bunch of stuff, but we really don't have the motivation. We've done a lot of learning, but we've talked about bias like 15 times over, and because that's usually what happens. You talk about the same thing over and over, or maybe there's some unwilling to go deeper, and a lot of energy has been spent mainly on events. One of the things I would say to you is sometimes this happens if you've done a lot of the foundational work and your energy is kind of low. And that might be an opportunity to kind of pause and do some self-care. I say that because there's organizations who serve communities who, especially these last 2 years, who serve populations who are experiencing a great deal of trauma. And then you've internalized some of that trauma, right? So there's that compassion fatigue. And you're at the point where you're just kind of like, it's like we're just humming along. It might be a good time to stop and to pause and revisit your why, to practice some self-care. I'm sure your staff needs some self-care, needs some opportunities to have like listening circles, or if you have affinity groups where they can have these conversations, and then regroup. And you might want to look at the systemic racism, the visual that I have of systemic racism, to think about structural racism, to think about where you might regroup or restart, maybe looking at your policies or some of your practices that may need to be revisited. I did not answer every question because I didn't have enough time, but here is my commitment. If you call me or email me, we can talk through some more next steps. But one person per organization. Don't everybody call me at the same time. But I'll be here for the rest of the day, for the rest of the afternoon, so if you have any questions, yeah. Yes, I will. I will put it. Are you able to go into that folder? If you screenshot this, are you able to go into this folder? Because I'll put it in here. Okay. Yeah. So I'll put it in that folder. I know I didn't answer everybody's questions, but such is life. All right. So what am I doing next? Oh, okay. All right. Everyone have a really good day. Take very good care of yourself. I need to get with you. I said I need to get with you because I know you have some knowledge to help me along the way. You're not an OC anymore, are you?
No, I retired.
Yeah, 2 years ago, a year ago. And you're just with the board of directors.
Well, no, I'm now.
Mic is hot. Thank you.
Excuse me, everyone, we have lunch prepared for you. I think you can probably walk out this door, around the corner, and lunch will be waiting for you.
Hey. While you're here, the timing is good. Do you remember when we had all of these connected to Black?
So, yes, no. I didn't say anything. You said something good that was positively.
You open the phone, like, hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I wanted to just say hi in the flesh.
Well, hey, in the flesh.
Yeah.
Awesome, right?
Yeah, I'm serious. Nice to see you. I'm
You know, next Monday is the pancake breakfast. You can see us in the flesh. KCR beats CHA 440 away. I'll send out an invite.
Possibly.
Possibly.
My work is the other end of the county day.
Oh man. Well, this will be the first of many.
Sweet. Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Is it a good conference?
It's
Can I
great.
ask questions about it?
If you don't put me in a
Yeah.
Right on.
What did you take from the first part of the workshop?
I just listened to Lucretia, which was really inspirational. I think it was really helpful to see multiple different potential models and ways of thinking about how to integrate work on race and race equity into our workplaces. I really appreciate her insights and her ability to share that there are many ways to do this, and this is hard work.
Quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of hard because I'm trying to pay attention to this and I'm trying to get little nuggets, so it's kind of hard, but it's like, oh man, this seems pretty good.
Yeah, and I think she gave us good tools to come back to.
It's always tough with breakout workshops because you want to go to all of them and you got to make a choice, so it's a hard one. Is our workshops after lunch? Or is it the panel?
Just the panel, not just the panel after lunch. Yeah, more people to hear from.
Well, thanks for stopping by. Grab something to eat and stop by at the end. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? I don't want to be on camera.
You're not on camera.
Oh, good.
That's what she said.
I just want to make sure that you eat.
Oh, well, you're so thoughtful.
I bought two of them. One, I don't know which one you wanted, the Southwest chicken wrap.
I'll let Sabrina choose.
Okay.
You know,
I love you,
ladies
Mama.
first. Well, I love you too.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
thank you. Yeah.
I'm Siri. I work with Holly.
Yes.
I just, wanted to say hi.
Nope, there's no target. Be black. It's got to be the black lip, so it's in one of the bags. Nope, none of that will work. They're all together. I'm telling you, that's why I just cut the 45 minutes. I know it works. I'm just looking. So you would see it by now. So they're in another bag. So can you grab those really quick? I'll look up to the office and see if you can those. All right, you got to quickly charge that. You got to get it. Yes. Let's do some passing.
Here you go. I brought this for you. He said he's going to let you choose. Hi.
What is the choice?
The South chicken wrap or the chicken Caesar wrap. No, but one's for him and one's for you.
Wow, you taking them both? What's wrong with you? Yeah, but something wrong with her.
No, I thought I was going to be guided instead.
You are, but you did some lunch.
Right.
Told you what's going to happen. Told you.
He said he was going to bless her.
I told you she's got enough time. She can get her makeup done on the by the time it's over.
Did you hear that?
Time to get your makeup done?
No, it's to do with the other part of it. I didn't do that.
He's lying. You know he would.
You got what you need?
I do.
Okay,
You got this one's charging. All right, I just need to find the other. There's one that's missing.
1/4?
Oh, it's right there.
Your audit has been coming through good.
Well, that is excellent because.
And your picture's been coming through good too. I've had that. Not just on my computer.
You are just on the computer and not.
lawn care service, and we have some artwork. So get ready. Badge number. First number is 56. Number 12. 12. Get your badges. Hopefully everyone is out of the lunchroom or the kitchen. Number 12. 12. No? Okay. 98. 98. For those of you just walking in, look at your door prize number on your badge. Looking for number 98. Going once. 47. 23. 5. Number 5. Ms. Gardner, are you number 5? Number 6. Number 6.
It's so weird.
14. 14? Oh, Carl, you don't get this, Carl. No.
The first section. But she came on my section.
85. No, 85. 85. Going once, going twice. 17. 71. 38. 85. I'm using the app, so 32. There's 146 of us here, so 119. It actually is. Okay. It actually is. 106. 106. 120. 120. 45. Is that you? 45? 99. Got winners? No? Never? You're 99? No. 57? 57. All right. Yes, yes. 58.
So this piece of ceramic here was actually donated to us, and this piece of ceramic is done by an inmate. You This piece is done by an inmate. So very special. Donated by FlyStar over there. Thank you very much, FlyStar.
$144. Pretty quickly. 24. 31. 20. Oh my goodness. Number 10.
Not too fancy. Take my card and shoot me a text.
Okay. You do this?
No, I don't. But the reference is on.
98. 135. 33. All right. 136.
Focused on something that's different.
26. 26. 147. 14. 118. Either a lot of people left or 123. My half's ready. 122. 148. 118.
Emma's barbecue.
$50. 144.
A lot of barbecue. $50.
32. 73. 63. 98. 141. 2 more, and then we're going to have some acknowledgments. We're going to have a spotlight of equity from Catalyst Public Schools, and then we'll do the rest of the door prizes at the end of the camp. So 140. 140. That one for the 66.
Oh, to write it down?
66. Nope. 66. All right, thank you. We'll be back with more door prizes. I'm going to introduce Miss Charlena. Miss Charlena. Ms. Charlene Green, our administrative assistant, she's going to do some acknowledgements. And directly after her, we will have Amanda Gardner come up from Townsend Public School. She's going to share with you guys what they're doing in regards to equity at her school. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Kendra. Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. Are y'all enjoying your lunch? I hope. Okay, good. And hopefully you guys take something home, or going to take something home with you from the workshop. So you learn something new and you're able to go back to your workplace and just spread the knowledge, right? That's what we're here for. Okay, with that said, we'd like to thank our sponsors for helping us make this event possible. First, the Guided Way of Kitsap County. Thank you so much. Thank you to Carl Board. Also, thank you to Starbucks on Wheaton Way. Thank you to Kitsap Strong. And also a big thank you to St. Houston. And then also thank you to Christina Borg. And thank you to Marlena Simmons. All right, now we're going to thank our vendors. We're going to start with Lysart there in the corner in the back on the left. And thank you to Catalyst Public Schools. Thank you to Love Me for Me. Also, House of Hope. And also the Foundation for Homeless and Poverty Management. Right, and thank you to Marion Wiley. Marion Wiley. All right, and also the conduit. Over to my left. Thanks, you guys. Continue enjoying your lunch, okay?
I think so. Okay. I know.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Thank you for lending an ear to learn a little bit more about Catalyst Public Schools. My name is Amanda Gardner, and I am one of the co-founders of Catalyst. Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'm going to introduce my colleagues here.
My name is Tiffany Hyde, and I work in the Operation and Community Outreach at Catalyst.
And I'm Tatiana Hinch, I'm the other co-founder, and I run the elementary school. So we're thrilled to be here today to share with you a little bit about our school community. So if you're not familiar with Catalyst Public Schools, we are Kitsap County's only charter school. We opened in the fall of 2020, and we're growing to have all grades from kindergarten through 8th grade. And as a charter school, what that means for our families and our community is that we're tuition free. No one pays any tuition of any kind to attend our school. It also means that our school is open to all students, regardless of their background, their zip code, or their previous achievements. At Catalyst right now, we have about 300 students. Next year, we'll be growing, and we'll have all grades, kindergarten through 8th grade. About 60% of our scholars qualify for free and reduced lunch, and about half of our scholars identify as being families of color. So we were asked to come and speak today because a lot of what we do at Catalyst is rooted in our work around belonging. And this is just a quote that we saw that we felt like really represents our culture. That diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and belonging is the outcome. And so today we're going to share with you a little bit about how we're striving to create that outcome of belonging. We started designing Catalyst in partnership with community here in Kitsap County back in about 2016. We have a community-led design team that met monthly at the downtown branch of the Bremerton Public Library. And we came together as parents and community leaders and faith leaders to really dream about what could be possible if we were going to start a new school. And this mission statement, and a lot of what you're going to hear today, is the outcome of that work. So our mission at Catalyst is to support our diverse scholars to live full lives and to succeed in college, career, and life. Scholars will find their purpose and passion so that they can cultivate the critical hope, optimism, and leadership essential to be catalysts in their community and world.
And this is what our charter is based on. This is a photograph of Dr. Tatum, who is the president of Spelman for a number of
He wants you to
years.
put this on you
Number
so
of books.
he can get it, pick it up to his.
One of which is Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria? And the premise of that book is really around anytime you go to a new place and there's a group, you look to see yourself first. And so it's really important, therefore, to have strong representation across all lines of difference in every public place. And so here's just a shot of some of our students at the end of the day. And our goal is that always anybody who's coming in sees people who look like them. Another one of the tenets of Dr. Tatum's work is that there's an ABC to building a school. One is that identity is affirmed always, that community is being built always, and that everybody, regardless of if you're a scholar, a teaching fellow, a lead teacher, somebody who works on our operations team, a volunteer, all the way up to people who are on our board, all are getting their leadership cultivated and having opportunities to authentically lead.
So at Catalyst, when they were doing the work, they came up with the motto of brave. And then we break that down what brave looks like. And of course, at the top, you see belonging, because that's what you want. You want to know that everyone belongs in our community. And then, of course, brave stands for belonging, resilience, achievement, vulnerability, and enthusiasm. And like I said, the belonging piece, everyone belongs. Resilience, I always like to say, scholars are resilient. When you're having those conversations with your kids or even your family and you're saying, this is what we're going to do or how we're going to transition, as long as you're having those courageous conversations with them, they'll really bounce back and they'll be able to be resilient from that. And achievement, we talk about achievement in the classroom. Of course, achievement can be higher learning. One of our biggest employees is the shipyard, so achievement could be getting hired there. But sometimes I like to say achievement is just showing up for today. Achievement is just saying, I'm creating a goal that works for me in this space, and I'm going to achieve to attain it. And then vulnerability, we do sunrise and sunset, and we're talking a lot about social emotionals at that time. And so it's just about being honest with ourselves and feeling that in our bodies. And then enthusiasm, just as much as we want our scholars to be happy coming into the space, we want them to leave just as happy. And so those are our BRAVE models, which will bring that, which will bring that sense of belonging. And that's what brings our community. And when we're talking about diversity and all those things, you're talking about having that sense of belonging in the space. And so you'll see that with our scholars. And no matter what their race, their gender, their abilities, all scholars belong, all teachers belong, and that's what it will look like at Catalyst. Yes. And then
means the most to you, and how have you grown in that area? So, MJ, you want to?
So what you're getting ready to listen to is our board meets, and when they meet, we had some of our scholars talking about that belonging, and so you're going to hear a small clip of how our scholars are identifying and showing up in the classroom and the things that they enjoy, because of course you want to hear that from the kids, and so they got to talk a little bit about that.
And I've made a lot of friends during school, so that's been a lot of fun.
What about you, Max?
I would probably be belonging because I wasn't really like good with people at one point of the school year, but I guess I got better at that.
So much better. What have you done?
I've been like more kind. That's it.
You're thinking a lot before you're talking.
Yep. That's exactly it.
It's like I know. What about you? What's the one?
I'm going to have to agree with everybody else because I'm sorry. I really nervous.
You're doing awesome. Take a big breath.
Okay,
so just remember that these are just people, right? We're all just people.
Yeah. So definitely belonging because I've made a lot of friends since I've moved to and to Washington, and going to Catalyst really helped me make a lot of friends. And, yeah.
And of course, you saw a lot of our scholars going like that. That's when you just agree with them and you're relating to what they're saying. So they'll do that, and those are some of the things that we bring in so everybody can just come together.
Thanks, yeah. So we wanted to speak a little bit about how we create this culture of belonging, especially through a lens of equity. So Tatiana is going to kick us off.
And for those of you who have students that go to our school, this probably is a big part of your dinner time conversation.
A lot of that.
My kids. So we really like that first slide showed. Diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, and then when we act on that, it turns into belonging, where everyone is part of our community. But it's the action piece is actually really important. And so we dedicate time at our school to do discrete diversity, equity, and inclusion work, knowing that it's going to contribute to the belonging factor at our school and continue to up that factor. That looks like a number of things. We have a group of educators and staff members who are part of an equity team that drives some of our equity work. We do equity audits to make sure that our books have awesome representation of all kinds of different people, different abilities, different experiences, different household makeups, everything like that. We do, we have a playbook that is dedicated to equity that we really try to go back and map our work against. And most recently, we started staff affinity groups where groups can also work within, work and discuss factors, poems, data of our school with people who they have affinity with on a racial level, so that they don't have to then also explain where they're coming from, but just have a real authentic conversation, and then we talk together about what's bubbled up in each of the groups. Sometimes it's really similar, sometimes it's really different. But it allows everybody to have to do their own learning, so someone who comes in a package like mine, my responsibility, my learning. Somebody who comes in a different package doesn't have to explain to me or teach me in that moment, and that's really important. The other thing we do is we use data to drive ourselves and keep ourselves accountable to making sure that there is no group that is underrepresented at our school, overrepresented in a negative way, or in a way where they're missing out or losing access to something. So we work really hard to make sure that we're giving positive kudos and praise and points to all kids. We expect that to be on a 7-to-1 ratio, 7 positives for every 1 kind of redirect or correction. And then we go through, we keep data on that across our schools to make sure that again, no one group is being overrepresented with negative or with positive, because that doesn't help anyone either.
So representation matters. So we have a diverse group of staff. 50% of our staff do identify as people of color, and then the other 50% identify as white. We do have a diverse board, and then the last one is in about 2 years in the classroom, there will be no racial majority, and so it will be pretty even. Like 50% of kids will be kids who identify kids of color, and 50% will be white. And so that is what our school will be looking like in the next 2 years at Catalyst.
All right, so the last part of our school model that we wanted to talk about today is our approach to what we call brave leadership, which is our approach to social emotional learning and community change making. So one of the structures that we have that's really powerful for building a culture of belonging is that every time we come together, either with our students, with our families, with our staff, with our board, we have a time together that we call sunrise. It's the way we start every single school day. It's the way we start every type of meeting. And during sunrise, what we are doing is we're taking time to talk with scholars about our brave values. All of our work in Sunrise is aligned to the Learning for Justice, social justice standards. And so we're talking to our scholars about different issues having to do with identity, representation, action, and justice throughout the day. Sunrise follows a structure that we borrowed from another school on the East Coast called Strong Start. So in addition to having the mini lessons that are focused on our brave values, every day we follow through these 4 steps. So we always have one way that we unite and build community together. That might include singing a song together, a chant, reading a poem together, but doing something that we can all have equal voice in to start our day. The second step in Sunrise is some kind of connection or purposeful partnering, where scholars can have that practice of enacting our value of vulnerability and having a chance to connect with another student. We always have 2 phases of disengaging stress, one active and one calm. So this might look like some mindful breathing practices. It might look like some yoga movement or other types of movement breaks, because we really want our scholars, even from the time they're 5 years old, to understand that in order for them to be healthy and to regulate their emotions, they have to make time to disengage that stress. And then we end every sunrise with a commitment together about how we can show our core values throughout the day. Another element of our school model that is really important to us is what we call our change maker space. And during change maker space, scholars identify challenges in the community that they're passionate about, and then they work together to generate real and lasting solutions. So kids all across our school do this. One I wanted to highlight is that we have a partnership with the Great Peninsula Conservancy. And so our scholars in middle school, for this example, have a change maker space unit that is all about biodiversity, climate change, climate resiliency, and environmental refugeeism. And they learn all about those concepts in school. And then we go out and do field work in partnership with the Great Peninsula Conservancy, where our scholars actually get to act as ecologists and make recommendations to the scientists who are adults in that field. So this is an example of our 6th grade class who did a climate resiliency project with the GPC, where the ecologists first came to Catalyst, taught the kids all about the ecosystem they were going to go explore. Then we went on site, and our 6th grade scholars were able to analyze the ecosystem and substrate of the native Olympic oysters against 5 different characteristics, and then make recommendations to the ecologists about which site they visited should actually be prioritized to reinvigorate the growth of this native species. Then they come back to school, our scholars, and they created a social media campaign all about saving our local ecosystem and the impacts of climate change on our local economy and ecosystems. So that's just a little bit about Catalyst. We are growing, like I said, we are enrolling for next year, all grades K through 8. We're also hiring, so we're always looking for very mission-driven, passionate individuals. And before we wrap up, if you're part of the Catalyst family, teachers, board, parents, grandparents, just stand up real quick, because these are the folks we are accountable to in everything we do.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Catalyst staff.
I'm sorry.
Give that to Dr. Lillian. Tell her thank you for me.
Your contact. Yeah. The Women's Giving Circle just gave a grant to the Pacific, to the
Greater
Yes, because we're so excited. There's only 2 schools right now that are involved. You and
Tricia, do you have yours?
Great, yes.
Do you have yours?
No.
Okay, that's.
Next year in
And
June.
then what we're going to do another panel here.
Your slides were perfect.
Oh, thank you.
And we'd like to take and showcase that.
This right here, you're
I'll
saying?
keep you in touch. And
Great.
also maybe the teachers who we're working with.
Okay.
But
yes, absolutely. There you go.
Thank you. I did pick up the brochure because, and you are?
I'm Amanda.
Amanda.
And she's Tatiana.
That was so amazing. And you're the
We founded it. Yeah.
Where did you get that?
It's not a new one, is it? No, I think I have an older version of it. Maybe it's, no, it's a revised and updated. Yeah.
We can tell a little bit more about like how we got here, but I moved here about 8 years ago. She about 7. She had been doing a lot of work in Boston in schools. We both started teaching randomly in New Orleans, Louisiana area.
Is she? No, she's not on today.
Charter schools, and we've been up here, and we're like,
you can apply for grants up to $10,000.
Oh, great!
You said the chairs are what?
Yes.
I'll make sure you get all the information. They'll come out in December.
Okay.
We have a little training.
Oh, great.
For you to know what we got, but I can just
that would be wonderful.
Give grants to women and children projects.
Oh, great.
And this is such a great thing. I'd love for you to get $10,000.
Yes, we would love that.
We'd also love for you to come visit us.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
I will do that. Yeah. I was one of the founders of the Women's Giving Circle. And so, but it's amazing. I just was so impressed.
Thank you.
First when we heard that it was your school.
So is everybody feeling good about the questions?
You were public school, but not a charter. And how exciting.
Okay.
Thank you kindly. That's what we need.
Oh, Lord. She got notes.
When I looked at the schools, right, I looked at it, I was like, oh,
the notes, I was like, oh my gosh, Risha, I mean, these questions are big. And
They're too big?
No, I
Oh,
was like,
okay.
It's like, where do I even start? So my notes are literally just bullet points of like different things and this and that. And
Yeah.
I'm following
Let me explain
So
this.
I don't know that we'll have
You
enough
are
time for
partners,
everybody
right?
to answer every question, but
Okay.
If you can
say, that sounds good.
Yes.
That's our cue that we're
This is for the live broadcast.
How have you been doing? Transitioning.
Got
with-
it.
That was really important. This one we broadcast.
So
You guys in transition.
Nope. We're good to go.
Yeah.
They're right side here.
Yeah.
He's gonna give instructions. One of them goes to the cameras over there, and one of them everybody else can hear.
Yes.
Everybody's good?
Yes, absolutely.
No? You don't have it? But you already know. You're not going to be surprised by any question. That's the point. That was the point, not to be surprised. Yeah.
Allison?
They're all tough questions and are important questions. And you like, you need to talk to the important people.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
But I want to say that I'm like, not likely to or expecting everyone to answer every question because we don't have enough time for that. Okay.
Real good guidance on how close, far, does it matter?
Yeah, just,
Yeah.
Like just,
hey.
so I need to hold it up to me.
Do it a little bit, you know.
So he gave direction. Everybody's clear. How you doing, Quinn? How are you doing? We met by email. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
If I haven't already said this, everyone's not going to get an opportunity to answer every question. So, we know. If you're comfortable, just answer it. If not, I think there's enough here, wisdom here that will, yeah.
Well, my
Two hands. Oh, this one, you can do this.
what's my role anyhow is listening, so I plan to
Good.
exercise that.
Yeah, that'll work right here.
What's the table for? Oh, okay.
You like this. You like that. If there's any feedback issues, I'll let you up. Ladies, you can do it like this. Okay, we got one hand free if you're demonstrative. Okay. You might want to do the wave, break out.
Or the
Where did she go?
Why are we going like
There she
this?
is.
The whole time.
Oh, okay.
So I was at coffee, and I looked in front of me, paid for my drink, and it was just going to
You're
work.
welcome.
And like, I had no idea. I'm like, oh my gosh, who's this? I'm good, Daryl. Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, April. What's
Where
going on
is,
in April?
So it was April.
Looks like he's junior.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
Hello? I think we're ready to get started.
We focused on you. We're good.
Hello?
Oh.
What do they say in schools?
Hold
If
on.
you can hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
No, if you can hear my voice, clap, right?
Or
Yeah. If you can hear my voice, clap. Oh, I love that trick I learned. So we're ready to get started. If everyone would take a seat or at least take your conversations out into the hallway. How's everyone doing? Are we feeling refreshed or sleepy or curious or cold? All right, so we're going to get started with our panel conversation today, and I will be the moderator. We're getting started. We want to get quiet, some conversation. So I'm today's moderator, which essentially means I will have the pleasure of asking questions and managing the time, so to speak. I have a bunch of questions here. We probably won't get through all of them, but that's okay because there's a wealth of knowledge and wisdom here on this stage, and hopefully we'll take away something that we can apply to our work. I want to welcome our panelists today. Thank you for being here. And yeah, thank you. And what I'd like to start out by asking the panelists to briefly introduce themselves, and as part of their introduction, if they would share a little bit about the journey that brought them to this work, and why is racial equity important to you. So who would like to start? It looks like it's going to be Judge Tracy side.
Well, you gotta do both.
Okay. So again, as part of your introduction, if you'd share just a little bit about the journey that brought you to this work, and why is racial equity important to you?
Good afternoon. It's on. All right. So I'm Tracy Flood. I am the Bremerton Municipal Court Judge, past president. Thank you. Also past president of the NAACP, current board member of many community-involved organizations with children. That is where my heart is and passion has always been. My journey is one of which the Navy brought me here. And I grew up on the west side of Chicago, went to school at Lane Tech, which is one of the top 10 schools in the city of Chicago. And if you're familiar with the city of Chicago, you know it's on the side of town where the Cubs play, and that's important. That's real important. Sports, baseball, important. So my journey began working with children when I was 12 years old. I worked as a tutor for the city of Chicago. It was a summer school program and tutoring kids in high school that couldn't read. Also, before becoming an attorney, I worked as a juvenile rehabilitative counselor through my attending the University of Washington, commuting in and attending Olympic College to get my 2-year degree to transfer into the University of Washington. So along my path has always been in the justice system, working with youth, and then the path of getting into law school, attending law school. Those of you who know my daughter, I was pregnant my first year of law school. So again, that tied to our youth, our community, the importance of the relationships and knowing that our youth are our future. My path is one of a journey where I was just in conversation about watching the confirmations and understanding when you're in law school, you have your children, you have your family. It's a non-traditional path. You didn't go from high school straight to college. My time in the Navy here in the Northwest has allowed for me to be in Kitsap County for the plus years. And this is the community, Bremerton is the community that selected me through the voting process. So that, in essence, is my journey, working, attending school, and having a daughter who got a full ride scholarship to an HBCU and is now on a full fellowship at the University of Illinois, Champaign for a PhD program. So that is my legacy. That's what's meaningful to me because I had to be that example. And I see myself as an example to other young women and children that you set your mind to it and you can do it. You just stay the course. It's not a 100-meter dash. It's definitely a marathon. You stay the course.
Does that mean I'm next?
Yes.
So my name is Jessica Guidry. I use she and her pronouns, and I'm the Equity Program Manager of the Kitsap Public Health District. I hate talking about myself, but I'll say this. I didn't grow up in the United States. I grew up in Bangkok, Thailand for the most part. And most of what I learned about American history, I learned from movies. And I learned, which is really reliable, right? But I learned also as an adult. So in terms of my journey, I'll just say this, I wanted to work in public health because to me, public health really emphasizes social justice and then also just being part of the community. And for 13 years at the health district, I worked as their public health emergency preparedness and response lead. And when you look at disasters, and I'm not going to say disasters because you have natural hazards, but it's the social conditions that make them disasters. And when you look at like what happened in Hurricane Katrina, and even with COVID-19, they really exacerbate racial inequities. So when the Kids at Public Health Board, and there are a couple of members here, I really want to give praise to you. When they declared racism as a public health crisis last year, my position was created. And that declaration was in response to community. So one of my colleagues who's here, she heard from community that, the health district, you're doing this work, but what about declaring racism as a public health crisis? Our administration was very open to it. Our board was as well. So what excited me about this position, which I started full-time in October, is the fact that it's about looking at the root causes of inequities. Because in the work that I did in preparedness, it was about, okay, well, let's help people when the disaster's already happened, for example, and as they're preparing. But with equity, we can look at the root causes of systemic inequities, which includes systemic racism, and really address that. And in public health, we like to call those like upstream approaches, so helping people even before they get sick, before they get injured, before other things happen. So that's really where that excitement is. I'll leave it at that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Quinn Dennehy. In my day job, I'm a civil rights attorney who worked 3 years at the Seattle Office for Civil Rights, and I'm now at the University of Washington. I've been there for 3.5 years, making sure that there's no discrimination, harassment, or retaliation in any of our 3 campuses or our 3 hospitals in the region. In my night job, I'm city council for District 14, District 4 members. Anybody? Yes, Jane Remilowski, thank you. So, my exposure and my journey, I began, I was a resident of Butte, Montana. If you don't know Montana, it's one of the whitest states in the country. And so my exposure specifically to Black folks, and I talk about race equity in terms of Black folks because I do really think racism is rooted in anti-Blackness, was watching 2 of my favorite shows, The Cosby Show and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I thought Black folks are judges, Black folks are, obstetricians and gynecologists, and the public school that I attended did not do a great job of incorporating Black history into American history. So like a lot of white folks in the country, I thought we were living in a post-racial world where, the 1964 Civil Rights Act fixed all racial conflict. We were moving forward. I had the great honor to move out of Butte. I love Butte, but it was great to get out of there. And I went to college in New Orleans, where I spent the next 7 years. And when I went to New Orleans and I stepped off that plane, it was, as an American, just horrific and terrifying, seeing structural institutional racism play out in every aspect of the city. All of my professors were white, the folks who were cleaning my dorm and serving me food were Black. In a city that was 70% African American, the wealth was concentrated with the white folks. All the power was concentrated with the white folks. I actually evacuated in 2005 for Hurricane Katrina and watched on television as my fellow New Orleanians were treated like enemy combatants by our own government. And it angered me so much. And like Judge Flood, I got involved in tutoring and realized that the education system there was horribly underfunded, had horrible expectations for students. And one of the statistics that still drives me to this day is that Louisiana uses 3rd grade reading scores to project prison population funding in the future. So they know that it's going on, and instead of taking steps, they build more prisons. So I stayed in New Orleans. I taught for 3 years as a special education and literacy teacher. I wanted to affect the system from a policy and systemic level. So I went to law school at Seattle University, School of Law. Woo. Oh, yeah, you too. And that brought me into the civil rights realm where I'm at now. And I'm right now a very new member of public office here. And I see my role as really listening to community, especially as a white cisgender man, sitting back, listening. And that's what I hope to do today.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Allison Broder, and I am here with a couple of different hats on. I'll just say that I am a parent of two. I am a wife, I am an auntie, I am a mentor, I am a community advocate and volunteer. I am very, very fortunate to be able to work with the Kids Have Strong Collective Impact Initiative here in our county that many of you are part of. And I also have the pleasure of serving in the Bremerton School District as a board director, current board chair, and have been in that seat for about 8 years. And you know, my journey, as I reflected on this question, it was very interesting to think about. It wasn't always about race and equity for me and why I do what I do. I, like Quinn, also grew up in a very, very white, rural community and did not also have much exposure, but definitely saw the inequities of growing up in poverty and being a female without a college-going culture or education, really, period, in my community. And so my original roots about why I do what I do really came from that place of origin. But imagine, fast forwarding Reader's Digest version without all of the learnings, is I really come to this journey with humility. Humility that my own desire and passion to sort of navigate those inequities coming from poverty through education was what I saw as the key to get out of that and have something different for myself and my children. I learned very, very quickly that journey, the humility of recognizing that it is about race and equity. And ironic, my way out of that poverty situation was through education, and have learned so much along the way. And I would say from the gifts of you all offering and receiving them at my feet to take them and do something with, really a deep understanding of what helped me get out of a situation really is what keeps so many people down and keep them in a situation. So that's my journey. My journey is one of humility and recognition that I have benefited from a system that is by design meant to keep some people from attaining the same things that I'm able to do. So that is always the root of why I do what I do, and I'm very fortunate that I get to do that personally and professionally, and always looking for continued opportunities to learn and really receive the gifts that the community is willing to give me.
Name is Drayton Jackson. She took up with the family thing. Father, husband, hopefully good friend, but the executive director of the Foundation for Homeless and Poverty Management, which love my crew back there. Then also sit on Governor Jay Inslee's Poverty Reduction Work Group, which is now world-renowned report that we put out. We're giving people with lived experience their opportunity to have a seat at the table and create policy and change. So it's good, great work on there. And then also newly, and maybe short-lived after today, presidency, and I sit on the Central Kids Have School Board District. So what got me to this journey was a fourth grade teacher telling the class in Brownsville, Brooklyn, that most of you ends don't have to worry about it because you'll probably be in jail or, you know, dead. So you don't have to worry about taking the test. And didn't know why my mother freaked out about it until I got older and understood, wow, okay, there's something going on. And, you know, I'm a very God-fearing person, and you start to realize the journeys that you take that lead you to understanding your life and the things that you went through. And I think a lot of where I've been placed at has been put to have that voice at the table, to see that, you know, somebody has to be there to be the disruptor and slow down the things that are happening and be in those uncomfortable places that, you know, even though, as the gentleman said earlier, you're the only person there, but you have to be there. And I'm learning that slowly but surely, as much as I don't want to be there, I have to be there and represent and voice for those that cannot represent and voice. And I will say this, because I want to say, I do not, everybody I just said, I don't represent any of those thoughts or anything to those foundations or school districts. As I was told at my school district's open forum from one of our people in the community, Mr. Director Jackson, you represent yourself and only yourself. So with that being said, I don't represent anything I'm saying today to my school district, to my foundation, to anything. This would be my view and my point of equality and everything, right? Yeah, that's what happens.
Introduction with disclaimer, I got it. My name is Dr. Karen Bolton, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't supposed to be here. I was a high school dropout. I dropped out my senior year, youngest of 7 children, and I know my parents panicked because I was not part of their retirement plan. And so as I tried to become a statistic, my parents were pushing me to get a job. So one day my mom went to work and my dad, actually my mom was on vacation in Florida. I joined the Navy and I left home. And I stayed for 20 years and 2 days. But through that time, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about myself as a woman of color. But it wasn't until the last, probably the last 10, 15 years that I leaned into this work. And I'm a thousand, I don't really call it equity work. I call it stepping up. Because sometimes in these spaces, I have a degree in organizational leadership. I'm a retired college professor from Olympic College. I teach the executive leadership program at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. And a lot of times you're in those spaces, like the brother said earlier, you're the only one. So guess what? You're all gonna hear from me, right? Because now I'm 60, so I really don't care what you think. I'm getting ready to retire soon. So, but it's important for me when you're in these spaces to speak up and speak out. And this is what I'm learning about myself. And I may not have some of the pedigree, some of the things that people do and sit on these, but I will ask you, what do you need from me? And if I could do it, I will do it. And if I can't, I'll go, look, my plate is full, but let me lend you some advice and be there for you. I did do a lot of work at Olympic College with years ago, we established that faculty of color were not being successful in being granted tenure across the 34 community and technical colleges. And I resonated with that. So through my tenure process, I had 4 white men on my tenure committee. And I had complete, now granted, I was in the Navy. I stood on flight decks in the middle of the Persian Gulf with F-14s at full blast and had no fear until I walked in that room with 4 men, one retired Army colonel, PhD, and another guy, mathematician, PhD, and 2 PhD physicists who were questioning why I had an and in a sentence. That put fear in my heart. Because remember, I wasn't supposed to be here. I'm a high school dropout, right? I'm a black woman. They're not looking at me like I'm their colleague or their equal. And so I realized in that moment that I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? When they granted me tenure, I'm like, game on. So then we did this faculty and staff of color conference as well. But the faculty of color mentoring program, we got to mentor faculty who were people of color, mentored other faculty from other institutions to help them through that process. We then expanded that to the administrators of color, and there's past participant here, where we realized that we weren't represented in numbers within the community and technical college systems of Washington State. So we did a mentorship program. We bought in, and believe it or not, we had, I think, 5 people of color who are presidents in the CTC system here, and brought them in and said, look, y'all need to step up, need a mentor. And so that's some of the work that kind of I do. I do a lot of behind the scenes. Sometimes, you'll see me slide in and go, oh, here she is, what's going on? But I'm always here, but in my role, I forgot to mention, I am on the school board. And I know Allison I love her to death, but this woman called and asked me to go for a cup of coffee, and next thing you know, I'm running for office. So if she calls you, stand by. But like I said, it's when she asked me, it was my turn to step up, and I knew that. And so that's why I'm in this role now.
I want to thank the panelists for their introduction, and I also wanted to point out that there was I would say, like a visceral reaction to Quinn's comment and Drayton's comment about the educational system and how it starts so early, right? Like these racism, these practices, it's starting so early in our system. So here's my next question. One of the questions submitted was essentially asking, do we have a new demand or obligation on our collective roles to advance racial equity? So my question for you is, while we have an opportunity to move in a different direction and do things differently, why is racial equity important to prioritize in our communities and particularly in our organizations right now? And if it's relevant, you can tie that to the work that your organization is currently doing.
Say that again? Okay. You want me to explain why?
Yeah, so give us a little bit about why is racial equity important to prioritize now? And if you have examples from the work that's happening in your organization, you can tie it to that.
So racial equity is important right now because, look, we had a scab, right, over our wound, what I call America. That scab was picked off 2 years ago. Okay, maybe 4. Okay, let me be honest with you. Okay, but it got worse after George Floyd. It didn't get worse. And I was sharing with my table earlier, the George Floyd, COVID happened, and I'm locked in my house, and I'm happy. I never felt more safe, more secure, more, oh man, this is awesome. And people calling it, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm good, right? But what we want to do, what can we do? And these were white people calling and asking me. I'm like, I don't know, go read a book. Like I wasn't, like I need a minute. Like I'm going to Gardner. But this is an important time, and I had to do some healing for myself because, we were getting ready to walk across the border to Canada. But didn't help, we were watching A Handmaid's Tale during this time. But the racial equity work that's being done, and I know within Bremerton School District, we're doing phenomenal work. We're doing a lot of book studies to get the board ready to do that work, but on an individual basis, I don't know if I'm answering the question or not, but I just think that it's just time. And for us to not do our jobs and do the equity work is just irresponsible.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ooh, yeah. I'm going to say this. When I first ran for the school board, it was because of a teacher's comment to my oldest son, and he called her racist, and she freaked out. And thank God for Head Start and ECAP. KCR put me on the policy council, and I got some good understanding of what true racism and signs, because that's the key, is when the signs that you have. And one of the things that got pointed out to me is exactly what this teacher said. So when we had the meeting, I said, well, we can't dismiss what he said. Why does he feel this way? And when we had the meeting, he said, you always call me last, every time. I raise my hand, you always call me last. And I said, well, is that true? She didn't have an answer. Well, it's not that I called you last. Let me tell you how words play. I know that you were talking in the class. So I don't need to call. I know you know the answer. So then when I said, oh, he still has this feeling about you. And this is what came out of her mouth. I go to Africa every year. And it was on the wall, actually, in the school district. And I left out of there, and when I tell you I left out of there, I said, exactly, it's my time to step up. I said, what can I do? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. And talking to my wife, I was like, well, look, I'm going to run just so I can talk and argue and bring those points up. And God had another plan. So Didn't have nobody to run against it, so I could speak up while getting on the board, right?
Wait, full disclosure, neither one of us.
Neither
We
one.
didn't have it, we're only two people of color in the school district.
Kitsap County. And I said, that's what you said about stepping up, because it was time. And what I love, let me tell you, that school, Bruce, who sat on the school board, that's the president, Jeannie, who sat on the school board, Rob McDermott. When I tell you the embrace, and I had a meeting with both of them before I got on the board, I said, let me explain something. I'm not that black guy. I don't know how to keep I got to tell the truth. And I said, if you guys feel away because y'all retired, you don't have nothing to lose. I got, my family ain't protected. And when I said that to them, I'll never forget the answer. We need that right now. And that's what's going to make our school district stronger. So don't ever be shy of, and they gave me that space. But it makes you understand these conversations aren't happening at all because it's too difficult. And it's one of those things that even with our foundation, when I was dealing with the governor's poverty reduction work group, we're in a room, all of us, now let's deal with poverty, right? You're gonna hear me say poverty a lot, but I don't have a poverty mindset, but I'm in poverty. But the key was, are you gonna give us the power in the position that we were in? Are you gonna give us the space to do it? And I love what you said earlier, not fitting in, but being there. And because they did that, Governor Jay Inslee is able to go around this country and be praised over a report that was done by poor people. So it's a matter of making sure that we have to have conversations. It's not a matter of, we're gonna, and let me tell you this, please do not leave out here saying it's gonna take time. We waited a long time, and it's scary. So I think the key that we have to get to is this. I think these discussions with everybody at the table. And I think when we talk about racial, and I'm gonna say this and then pass it on. Our school board meetings, I don't think Bremerton gets as much as we do. The racial tone that is at our school board meetings is real. It's not something that's being placated. They're real when they say, we don't want you there. They're real when they say, why are we creating spaces for LGBTQ+? Why are we creating spaces for people of color when we should be talking about education? And that shows you the mindset of the growth. So the showing up part for the conversation about racial equity has to happen, but it has to happen with people going both ways.
Thank you.
Oh, aren't we just done with that one?
Exactly.
Well, did he drop the mic? Because nobody else can come back behind that?
No, I didn't.
I feel a little
Did he drop
like
it?
that.
It looks like, okay. Did you have an answer?
I mean, I can, of course, always add words.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, I could certainly do that. But, I guess I would just say, with the lens in which, the data has always been really clear. So poverty is growing, people are dying, kids are not being educated, our kids are hurting. I mean, the data is there, chart after chart after chart. This is not new to anyone. I think, to say what Drayton was saying about the conversations, the time is now. We cannot ignore the narrative any longer behind the data, the stories, the real people that represent the dots on the graph. And, it doesn't matter, even in our region, there are so many differences. If to take it straight to education, the different school districts that we have, whether you are a 98% graduation rate or a 68% graduation rate, it is the same kids, whether it's 2% of your population or a bigger amount, it is the same kids that are leaking out of our system, and we have got to stop saying what is wrong with the water and talk about fixing the pipes.
Yes. See, that
It looks like Judge Tracy has a mic and she has a response. I heard you dropped the mic there. But we can only have one mic drop per question, okay? All right.
So looking at equity, I think first we need to take a step back and look at it from how things are defined and how things are looked at, and how there's always a play on words. And words are used to damage and to harm. There's one race, and that's the human race. And what has happened is we've become a society in which we look at words, but we need to begin to celebrate our differences. And equality is where I say justice for all. Equity is where I say there's differences, and to take those differences in order to be able to obtain fairness and access, and to look at the different structural and societal issues that come with that. Many of you have seen that picture where you have the hurdles and you have the 3 individuals, and one standing on a block and another one standing on 2 blocks and another one standing on 3 blocks. Then you have a picture where they're running a race, and in front of the person of color, the Black person, is all of this trash on that track. And in front of the other individual, it's just a clear, straight path. But we're also at a place where if you're running a relay race, the people of color are handed that baton that has spikes in it. So when they're running, they can't hold on to the baton. And that comes from societal issues. So we must begin to dig down and break through these definitions of equity for our children, and begin to celebrate our cultural differences, our ethnicities, because this is a melting pot. This is America. And America's history is one in which, again, we've allowed terms and words to define differences in a negative sense. We've got to turn that tide to a positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth Tracy. I'm going to jump to our next question. I heard somewhere, I don't recall where I heard it, but basically if you're between 30 and 40 years old, you likely know the history of this country. You know about racism and you know about our racist beginnings. Yet we hear leaders who are kind of surprised to hear about the impacts that history has had on our lives today. And I suspect a little bit of collusion and maybe complicitness in that. But I wonder from this panel, why do you think some leaders seem surprised about the impacts of racism today?
I don't think it's a surprise. I think George Floyd for us was our sound, right? It got televised. It got looked at. But what I think is happening now, and I know this from students. I had a white student that said something to me, blew me away, and I'm speaking, and I made a comment about what the white generation is afraid of. Having your children in our culture take them over. And look, I love our students, because that's what this comes back to, right? She said to me, Mr. Jackson, Director Jackson, I disagree with what you're saying. I was like, all right, no. She said, I think what our parents are scared of is us as young white kids saying we had enough. And when she said, I was like, wow, because that's what we're talking about. Because now they're not going home to just being okay. They're going home to questions. They're going home to, well, why do you feel that way? My friend who I hang out with, she doesn't. Like what you're saying, are you opening your eyes? So the questioning is happening. And I think the questioning is happening in so many places that they can't get rid of it. You know what I mean? So now they have to look within themselves, and that's an easy thing. And I take it to, when somebody tells you that you're an alcoholic. That's a hard, pill, and no, I'm not. But then you're showing yourself where you go. And I think that that's what you're getting with the eye open, is that now my child is saying, right? And I don't know in Bremerton, if you guys have this, but what we're hearing from parents now is, stop teaching my children. I teach my children. because the children will tell you the truth. So what we get now is that aspect of pain that they're going through because they're hearing it from the child and what's happening to them. So it's not like an awakening. It's just hearing it from, you can't run from it anymore. And then the reality is, how are you going to change? And are you going to change, for that matter?
Thank you for that clarification. Jessica, did you look like you might have? Whoa.
Literal.
That was a literal mic drop.
So you said only one mic drop per question. So thank you so much, Mr. Jackson, for that.
I read this question and I thought about the time when I was a kid. I was in my teens, and my dad born and raised Laurel, Mississippi, born 22. My mom born Florida in 25. Poor blacks, whose parents. So we know the history. I didn't know the history. And then, ask, Daddy, tell me about when no, baby, we don't talk about that, right? Because they sacrificed to make sure my brothers and I, went to Girl Scouts, piano lessons, violin lessons, dance lessons, doing all these activities, going on vacation. I didn't know I was different till I got called the N-word. And then I punched the kid, John Carr, punched him in the face, lost his tooth. Right? Oh, of course I remember his name. I will never forget it. And then I got a whooping for it because she said, baby, that's not your problem, that's his problem. But I didn't understand. I wasn't taught about my history of my country because they did not want me that they had to. They did that for me so that I can have a good life. However, fast forward to 2022. And ever since my mom passed away in 2008, I have been deep into my ancestry. And I did a talk on Juneteenth at the shipyard about knowing your ancestry and about calling and talking to your ancestors about the history of your family. Because I hate to tell you, you may not be all white. Get some DNA tests, right? Because I do have 1% Irish. Actually, it's 2% Irish now. But we don't, we talk about this, we need to, man, listen, we just have to change the way we have these conversations. It's just, it's our history. Yes, we were enslaved. And I tell you, I still get irritated when we went on was it Monticello in DC? And the woman, I finally found the slave quarters, and the woman was telling me, these were all where the indentured servants were. And I was like, and this is what I heard, baby, don't you say nothing. I'm like, because I'm waiting for her to finish, because there was white people there, and these little kids were like, oh wow, no, and I was, excuse me, they were slaves. Say it. Why are you not calling? They were slaves. And so you have to correct people. But I wanted to give her grace, but I could not give her grace because she was in character. It was a trigger for me. But I just understand, I will give our country a little bit of grace. Is this youth, this movement is dragging us into reality. Because they know. So if you think that they're not having that discussions and they're not coming, man, George Floyd, for them, they're the ones, I wasn't gonna go protest, and I'm like, I guess I gotta go, because now I've become my parents, like, baby, we don't want to talk about that, you know what I mean? So we're getting there, it's the older generation, so I just have a little grace, that's all.
Jessica, did you have a response?
Yeah, so Lucretia, to your question about, why are people, either in denial or they don't understand the impacts of racism, to Judge Floyd's comment about, Judge Floyd's comment about definitions, I think people, when they hear the word racism, they associate it with really blatant use of racial slurs or violence, but they don't realize what microaggressions are. They don't look at what racism looks like in systems. So it's easy to point and be like, yeah, that's racist. But wait, me touching your hair? That's not racist. And that's where, to Mr. Jackson's point about, having conversations and listening. And instead of being defensive and saying, oh, well, that's not racist, hearing what that looks like. And at the community partnership session this morning, which was really awesome, by the way, Amanda talked about how we need to diversify who we're with. So I think sometimes, we look at people hang out with people with similar views, right? And unfortunately, things are very polarized nowadays. But if you broaden who you're with, you hear about their life experiences, that's where you're like, oh, wait, that could be seen as racist? Because I can tell you, like 10 years ago, I wouldn't have thought twice about touching someone else's hair. Nowadays, oh no.
Right.
And so a lot of it is just also realizing that you have to want to learn. Because I think sometimes, thinking about racism, it makes us feel guilty, right? Or it makes us feel bad. But we need to step out of that discomfort to make change. And that means reading books. And I love your whole like tower of books over there. It means listening to conversations. So we can't say that we're ignorant about it anymore. And we just need to listen and sit in that discomfort and not let it paralyze us.
Thank you. So Jessica got us started on a good trajectory in this conversation. What I wanted to ask is, there are a lot of well-meaning organizations, nationally, but let's just say Kitsap County and Washington State, right? They've declared their intent to advance equity and racial equity, but they might struggle to put anything meaningful into place. What are some thoughts or suggestions you might have for where to start, or what might be behind some of that paralysis? I think you may have mentioned some of that, but does anyone else have any thoughts to that?
Go for it. A lot of pressure to be the mic drop here now. So I'm just going to take this right to the school district examples and thinking about, well-meaning. And school districts, of course, are like many organizations, I think, in reference to the question about checking a box, and this is the thing we're supposed to be working on, as opposed to really doing the hard work that really is involved in changing mindsets that allow people the space and place to be vulnerable, accept that they're learning. And since, part of my day job, of course, is working with school districts to figure some of the systemic and structural policies and those sorts of things out that support this. And everyone is quick to say, well, where's your equity policy? And I always push back that, and I will say very adamantly from Bremerton's school district standpoint, we don't have on the books an equity policy, but we've had a lot of conversation about what that should look like when we finally get there. So I think it's really important for those of us to, on the inside and the outside, to really sort of push back on what does that mean as an organization to do equity work, because we are very quick to move back into the sense of urgency, the checkboxing, the parameters of what defines success. Those are all rooted in white supremacy. And it feels comfortable to stay there and say, this is what we're doing, and it's not the real journey, and it's not the real work.
So I'll add to that in the terms of thinking of organizations that are well-meaning, but it's just something that may be in paper and not instilled throughout the mission statement, the bylaws, every part of the organization. It has to be and start with feeling respected and valued as people of color coming into an organization and being a part of that organization. If individuals don't feel respected and valued, your organizations are going to continue to stay bland. It's a good word, bland. And when you really are looking at being inclusive in every part of what you're doing, you have to start with policy changes, but embracing differences. Embracing differences is you don't have to agree with everything, but you have to be respectful. And that's been lost. And when you lose that, you can have as many equity policies and diversity, equity, inclusion as you want on paper. but is it in your organization? And that's what matters. Education is important. It's power. And when you have our textbooks that have been whitewashed and things of that nature, that's where it's lost. That's where you see those 30 and 40-year-olds where they're going, no, things are perfect there. But our children that are coming out, and the George Floyd that was mentioned, we saw them take to the streets. We saw them stand up and say enough is enough. So organizations, when you respect those voices, you'll begin to see those young people come into your organizations. Without that, you won't see it.
So with these well-meaning organizations, if something is a priority, one of the first things, I really appreciate what Judge Floyd said in terms of, making sure it's in your mission statement. But you also have to allocate resources for it. You can't just add it to someone who has like 10 hats already, right? So you allocate resources. And then also realize that no process is going to be perfect, but you just got to get started. Because I think that's the thing. I think sometimes organizations, they want to have the most perfect process, but they're tools already. And look to other organizations that are like yours and ask about their journey. And then get started and then incorporate, I'm going to buzzword here, but continuous quality improvement. No, you're going to make mistakes. Have an avenue for people to give input and then make those corrections. You don't have to wallow in it and flail yourself that you made those mistakes. Then move on and keep growing. So you just need to get started.
Yeah. This is why this work is, so you can hear, this work is hard because we're fighting the Southern strategy from the 60s. You do know that, right?
Clarify for us, Karen.
Say again?
I said clarify for us, Karen.
Y'all didn't read White Fragility? Okay. There's a strategy to remove us from spaces, to marginalize us, to take away resources, to redline our districts so that we can't vote, so that we incarcerate our people and strip them from the right to vote, and so on and so on. We are fighting this movement that's still happening to this day. And if you sat and you watch the confirmation hearings, and I watched them when she gave that pause, where Senator Cruz asked her a question, it was stupid. That's all I can say. I don't even want to dignify it, but what it was stupid. And let me tell you, I sat and watched that and she went, and everybody knew what that pause was. That pause was, do I need to correct that boy and lose my position? Or am I gonna code switch real quick and give him the answer that I need to get so I can get that job, so I can break down some barriers, right? And then she took B. But this work that we're doing is exhausting. And if you haven't seen Cory Booker's response the other day, that brought me to tears, because I've been struggling. Because this work, you talk about, you come in these spaces, you do the work and you ask, I deal in, and I'm going to touch base with this brother coming in to start this business in Bremerton. I suffer from imposter syndrome like you do. You come in those spaces and you're the only one, why the heck am I here? Yeah, I got you, right? So you come in these spaces, but I go home and I'm exhausted, I'm tired, I'm mad, I'm angry, and I'm pissed. And then I come back out and then I get dressed up and I go back out and I do it all over again. And I do it over again. And I specifically do it because if I'm not there, if I'm not sitting on the school board, and Drake and I got in the school board at the same time, I can't believe you stepped up for president, bless your heart, 2 years in. But what we do this because representation matters. That's all I'm saying.
Let me add to. So I'm gonna give three points to this, because I really want you to understand it from the school board perspective. I have 6 policies that I've already stopped and changed in our school district that we had to re-correct. And you know what upsets me, right? I get, and I'm just, if I ruffle some feathers, y'all know me, I'm sorry. I get from the black community, you know, what you doing? What your school district doing? And what upsets me is that, you know, I've been to about 5, 6 white churches and haven't been asked by any black church. I've had conversations with white mothers and fathers talking about their issues, and ain't nobody black has hit me yet. And I say that to say this, to the point that you're making with it, is this conversation of how do we change the system starts with what I need to hear. What's going on the ground that I need to go and change? So from a school district level, these policies that are outdated, that I'm looking at as like, you know, this can't exist today. We need to change this. We need to add some meat to this and some language to this. The work that we're doing, right? We're doing it behind. But I'm not tweeting it out every minute that, hey, guess what? I changed policy so-and-so. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what it's about. It's about doing the work and getting it done. Then I'll take it from, you know, governmental. When we was on the poverty reduction work group, the steering committee, remember I told you it's about poor people, all of color mostly. And these were department heads that the governor put to sit with us, and organizational leaders from nonprofit organizations and different. And I kid you not, we got to a point where they was like, well, this is hard work. And I'll never forget seeing my steering committee who's in poverty, who's starving, whose families can't survive, and they're saying this is hard work. And I'll never forget the changing of the guards came when one of our sisters stood up and she said, well, what do you think it is for me to survive every day? You get paid to do what you do, but I'm sitting at home trying to survive and get there. And I think that was the shift of the mindset that they had. And it became a whole thing of what somebody said today, and if I'm saying the movie wrong, when I think it was Denzel Washington said, tear it up. What somebody said earlier today, the system has to be destroyed.
Yeah.
And DHSH, and like what I love with DHSH and Babs Roberts, who you may not know, but look her up. She took what we did and said, I'm putting it in work right now, in what I can do. So when you in your organization, find out what you can do and start there. Like you said, let's start it. That's what needs to happen, and then we'll fix it as it goes along, but it has to be destroyed. Then now let me take it to personal. I started looking at organizations around and saying that there wasn't no representation that felt like us. That was doing, so instead of going in and trying to change the system, I started the foundation. My lived experience became that. How do I make sure that we're in that space instead of saying, why aren't you doing anything? And said, you know what, I'm just gonna do it.
Right.
And then we got busy with the work. And I think that that's what has to happen, is that if it ain't gonna change, then hey, I got you. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start this over here on this side. But we have to show up and tear the system down, not fit that. I loved it because it has to be tore down. It's too woven. It is too much, you know, as you talk about a yarn, it's too together with knots that cannot come out, because it goes back to what Dr. Bolton said. It goes back to all of those times before, and they don't want it. They don't want that knot to come out. That's why they made it so hard.
I appreciate that response. You know, one of the things that resonates with me, what I'm hearing all of you say, is that there is a level of urgency. Like, you know, you have communities of color who are tired of having to experience the pain and the agony and the distress of racism in its various forms, right? Because we know that it morphs and it contorts itself to fit the situation. And what I'm also hearing is that while it's painful for us, the discomfort that some organizations, and I will say some white people might feel, is nothing compared to the experiences of people of color. You know, so it's something to remember. So I want to keep us on track and keep us on time. I may skip a question here, but if I could read this for you. We often hear that racial equity work has to center those most impacted through, you know, collaborations, partnerships, listening circles, and listening sessions. Given the history of colonization and violence and subsequent trauma, it isn't hard to imagine that trust is a difficult commodity to earn with communities of color. What are ways that organizations and their leaders can work to rebuild trust with those communities? Is anyone who wants to start off the answer?
Actions. It starts with your actions. We live in a society, and especially with COVID and the pandemic, where we went through a period of isolation and relationships lost between deaths and even physical interactions and in-person interactions. And so there had already existed walls and barriers, but even more walls and barriers were put up. And the divisions that came with the political environment that ensued in the murder of George Floyd. So you have to begin with actions. And those actions have to be intentional. And this is Dr. Bowden's, being intentional in every aspect of what you're doing. Because people recognize when you're just putting out word vomit, when you're just appeasing in the conversation and you're sounding very political in what you're doing. It's recognized, even kids recognize that. So you have to be intentional in what you're doing and in your spaces. And that's in your actions and serving. And when you talk about, I want to be a part of something, you have so many organizations that are represented. The NAACP is the oldest civil rights organization. President Robert Harris is here. You want to learn, you want to know more, reach out. Your actions matter, not just your words, not just saying, I'm going to come to a meeting, I'm going to get with you. That was 5 months ago. Your actions matter.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in there as well. In addition to actions, I think we live in America, and for better or worse, our language is money. And if you don't have
You probably want to say that a little louder and again.
we live in America, and our language is money, right? And so you can give that word vomit, you can do performative activism, you can say the right things, you can be quote unquote woke, but if you're not pushing your organization to put their money, make sure their shareholders, their investors are divesting from organizations that hurt communities of color. Historically, if you're not pushing to get funding for chief equity officers at the highest level, paid the salary, it's like this work has been on the backs of BIPOC communities for so long. One, white people need to step up and enter those uncomfortable spaces and have those difficult conversations. Even if you're going to make mistakes every once in a while, you need to start that. But if we are going to continue to rely on expertise of BIPOC members, pay them for that work. Because we have stolen so much. And I mean, we collectively as a nation, and also we as white people, myself, have stolen so much labor, so much real labor and emotional labor for, I think somebody said 403 years. You know, it's time to put the money where our mouth is.
Yeah. You about to get it, Quinn. You about to get an amen. So.
I would, yeah.
So did anyone else have any thoughts on that, Jessica?
Yeah. I think often when people speak up about their experiences, they're told, oh, we can't do that because of a policy or of a system or a barrier. Then we need to break down those systems and rebuild. And I think, and I can't say I represent government, but I work for government. And I think it's a matter of us having a transformational approach to our work and looking at, okay, we know our systems aren't working. We listen to our community and let's rebuild our systems. How we do meetings, how we seek community input, how we prioritize our funding. All of that needs to change to reflect what our community is saying. We can't just keep saying, oh, our policies don't allow that. The way that we do public meetings doesn't account for that. Then we need to change our processes to reflect community and what the community needs.
Yeah. One of the things that I will offer in my experience in this work is that it's often hard to find organizations that are willing to shift the risk, right? So all of the risk is on the communities of color, people of color, to have to tolerate, the disparities that exist. But for organizations, what I'm hearing you say, for organizations to build meaningful trust with their communities, they're gonna have to shift the burden of risk on them, right? So you're gonna have to, if your policy doesn't support it, then you just gonna have to break the policy. Like, do whatever you need to do to make it happen. But those are important insights to share. So here's another question. I read somewhere, and I don't know how accurate it is, but in 2040, is that correct? 2040? 2040. 2040. Our nation will be a majority people of color. That's what I read. But beyond the optics of diversity, the colors on the outside, how can organizations optimize their partnerships and expand their networks to become more welcoming and inclusive of people of color? So what strategies or practices might you recommend to ensure greater representation? And I'm not talking about performative, I'm talking about meaningful representation.
Well, I think the demographic census is 2055, I think.
2055,
2055. And I'm always reminded how young our country is. And we had this discussion this morning about how we're being dragged at 60 miles an hour down the freeway into change, right? Because we're not that far removed from Brown versus the Board of Education. So all these things that are happening so quick, and they're not ready. They're not ready, I'm ready. But by 2055, they know, and I don't want to say they, but these institutions of racism, these people, Southern Strategy, like the Mitch McConnells of the world, they know that number. That's why you're seeing the redistricting. That's why you're seeing the gerrymandering, where you're seeing all these things where we're incarcerating at higher numbers, people losing. So I keep repeating this to make sure it's in your brain that you know this, because you can change things. And so as we move to 2055, one day I want to retire. I need somebody of color to come take my school board. Who else here is interested for running for office? I mean, there's things that we could do, right, because you want to be in the room. You don't want to be outside protesting the policies. You want to be in the room when they're having the discussion. And then, because sometimes you don't even have to say anything. You being in a room says everything.
Anyone else? No, we don't, no responses, right?
My mind immediately went, and I thought you might mention it because you were kind of involved in part of it. Just one example in Bremerton, because we've had a lot of this kind of conversation, is how do we support from within, particularly for students. And so as we think about a challenge of representation in our teaching force, how can we be part of the solution besides just continuing to talk about it and hope that it just drops out of the sky, is to create internal infrastructure for that. And so we have a very brand new program called Grow Your Own. And the idea is that, we actually as a district are the most diverse district in Kitsap County. It's since 2017, it has slowly flipped to minority white, barely, but it's there. And so if we know we have a diverse student population, why are we not lifting those students up to not only have future thought about what their goals and their dreams and an education path and a future career, how are we helping support that journey so that they see that as an accessible pathway and that it's supported from within? Not just, hey, you should be a teacher and we'll support you doing that, but really create the infrastructure through something like a Grow Your Own program. So.
Which takes money. And just takes money, by the way.
I'll just briefly comment that when you think about the changing face and the changing barometer of where we're going as Americans, again, education is so important and powerful. My role as a judicial officer continues to be a part of educating our youth. So one of the things that we have to do is create spaces for them. And coming up, and what I'm doing as a new Bremerton Municipal Court Judge is partnering with Catalyst Schools. I'm bringing in the 6th grade classes in April, introducing them to the justice system from a positive standpoint so that we know where we're saying we want our officers to look like our communities. Starting at a young age to say, you can do this. You can be a Washington State Patrol officer. You can work and be like NCIS. You can work and be like those things that they see on TV, and officers and lawyers and judges. That you don't have to be on the end where you're being in the justice system, but a part of the justice system from a positive standpoint. And that's in every aspect of what we're doing. The mentoring.
Succession planning is very important for organizations, but intentional succession planning that's around racial equity. Like, I'm not just trying to fill a role, but I want to be intentional about changing the demographics in our organization.
And if I could comment on that, that goes back to like when we had the mentors of color for administrators, for future administrators, you know, because that's part of the grow your own. You know, we have to go mentor these individuals. You know, I love to talk to kids about, you know, my journey dropping out of high school. You know, I tell them it's like my journey from a GED to a doctorate was, instead of coming from LA to Seattle on I-5, I went down 101 and got off on Highway 1 and back. I mean, you don't have to take that path, you know, because you could end up in the ocean, you know what I mean? So, you know, but I want to tell them that story. So it's part of our responsibilities as elders to give back and have that.
But I want to clarify for the audience that this is a multi-pronged approach. So this is not about putting all the responsibility on youth or on young adults or students to make these decisions and you can do it. This is about dismantling systemic issues so that when we say you can do it, when they try, they're not discouraged. Is that clear? Yeah. So I want everyone's point was clearly made, but I want to ensure that we recognize it's multi-pronged. If we have a succession plan because we want to have diverse representation, then we're employing practices that say, how do I ensure that that representation is there? And what is my part in it, right? I think that, did you have something, Judge? Okay, you had your mic. So I know that I'm supposed to be mindful of time, so I'm gonna wrap this up and kind of put this all in one question. If you've been in this work for any amount of time, and these people have been in this work for some time, you have probably been asked by folks who are not in leadership roles, what can they do to support this work? Like, what should they focus on? Like, what can I do? We're always saying, what can I do? And so I wonder if you have any suggestions or thoughts, not only for folks who maybe don't have all the power in their organizations, or maybe they don't have the money to invest in some of this work, what might be some things that they can do to leverage their position to advance equity? And then what would you say to leaders who have the power, who have the opportunity, but just don't know, they don't really know what their part is in it?
So I think the very first step is that you need to work on yourself and to understand why you want to be involved in this work. So part of it is asking the tough questions. What privilege do you have? So I'm half Asian, and I remember when my husband, who's white, told me that I have white privilege, I wanted to smack him. But then after that, I realized, well, why did he say that? Well, I'm white passing. So I think it's a matter of, so for example, if you haven't read the book Me and White Supremacy by Layla Saad, that's a good start. And actually journaling it. I mean, reading is one thing, but doing self-reflection to figure out how your actions, even whether they're intentional or not, but whether they contributed to someone else's oppression, you need to look at that first. Because otherwise, you're going to go to like NAACP and you're going to say stuff that's unexamined, and you could potentially harm people that way. So being aware of yourself first, right? But then getting involved, and even just listening. You don't have to be heard. Showing up, and I think to Dr. Bolton's point, you have to step up, but also showing up makes that difference. And I remember going to a discussion where they talked about either you make bread or you break bread with people. But it's being involved in the movements too, but not having to be up front. So showing that support, I think is really important. And then when you have the ability, speak up. You know, it should not be upon the backs of BIPOC, you know, our Black brothers and sisters to speak up. But if you have the opportunity to say something, say something. You know, show your actions. Even your quiet presence can be something. So I think everyone has a role, even if you're not a manager, a director, an executive or whatnot. But even when you see something, hey, I recognize that was wrong. Is there something I can do to help you? Can we go out for coffee? So there's so many ways people can help.
Yeah. So, you know, I've been struggling for the last few years, and even in my current position, and I have allies who are white, who when I came to them and told them I was done, and you know, I sat in my boss's boss office, looking at him like, dude, I'm done. Like, you can take this job, and you know, I don't need to work, but I know that representation matters. So you know, I have this weight on me, man.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I know what the numbers are at organization, and if I leave, and you know, I know, man, and that is, I'm telling you, that is so hard. But then when I have this ally who looked at me and said, I see you, I hear you, can you give us another chance? And I was like, man, okay, I will. I don't know what I was thinking, it caught me in a weak moment. But I don't necessarily think it was a weak moment, because sometimes I just need to be heard. Because sometimes Dr. Bolton gets tired. Sometimes I'm exhausted. I'm tired of having the same discussion. I'm tired of having to tell my stupid coworker that those are microaggressions. You're an idiot, but guess what? We're brother and sister enough, even though he's white, we're both from Pennsylvania, and he listened to me. But sometimes I need my allies, and I wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been two for my allies sitting in this room right now, Nicole and Lynn, so thank you, who stepped up and really cleared the path for me to be in this space for you. So raise your hand, you too, raise your hand. Because, you know, and if you see them, and stop and talk to them, because the work they're doing makes it a little bit easier for me. Just a little bit, and I so appreciate that more than you know. And I know sometimes it's going to be a risk for you to step out of your comfort zone and to do that, but know that it's that everyone sees it. And more importantly, it makes me go, you know what, I got a breath, I can come back in here and fight again today.
Thank you for that. Thank you for both of your thoughts. I just wanted to add, especially the comment that was made about showing up. So Drayton painted a picture for you, and I think your reference was, I don't think you have much of this going on in Bremerton, and we have been very fortunate that we have not had that happen in our boardrooms. But I just want to bring this back to the point that you brought up. The majority and the loudest voices right now make it appear that is what our communities want. And so I'm really particularly speaking to the white people in this room. You need to show up. And you need to tell your board members, this is what we want, and keep doing what you're doing to support our kids in your schools. Because sometimes, and you don't have to look far, and you don't have to look real hard, it's all over YouTube and TikTok and the media, and you know, the school board room is all of a sudden one of the most exciting places to be in.
Wow.
For some people. And I would challenge you all to think about, how do you show up to show that support for the people who are in those leadership positions? And then one last thing about the people in leadership positions, because as board directors, I just want to be really clear that, you know, we have a charge that is really pretty basic: pass policy, pass the budget, hire and fire the superintendent, right? But outside of that, the nuances of also something that Drayton mentioned is we need to hear what's going on. So we have a bigger role to play than just those three things that appear in the policy that guides our work. And we need to hold our leadership accountable. So we get to set the tone for what we want within our school district. So when we're hearing what's going on and it's not in alignment with what we have indicated as leaders within the district that we'd like to see about this journey, it's our job to hold the accountability. So we need to be hearing that. So multiple ways to show up. Thank you.
I'm gonna have Drayton and Judge Tracy close us out, but I need to make sure I say this. If you're interested, curious, or passionate about being involved in this work, there are a lot of nonprofit, community-based organizations in Kitsap County that are doing this work. And so if you're here, raise your hand or something, because if you don't know these people, you need to know these people, because you can support the work that they're doing, right? So we know Up From Slavery, obviously, is put on the Racial Equity Summit, but I mean, Drayton is here, Karen is here. Who else is here? Dr. Lilmy is here, right? These are, Ms. Tovey is here. There are people who are doing,
NAACP.
Stand up, stand up, stand up. Can you stand up? These are if you are trying to figure out what to do, who to do it with, who to talk to, where you can be of any impact, these are the people to talk to. If you're trying to find some expertise, I'm not saying that they are experts, but they have some knowledge that you need.
We'll have the conversation.
Get your checkbook and then give them a call so that they can support your work. Because they're already doing this work, and so there's no excuse to say, well, I don't know what to do, right? And if all it is that you do is show up at an event and hand out flyers and take signatures, you are helping to support the work. Well, at least that's a start.
Thank you.
So I'll have Drayton and Judge Tracy close us out.
So I thank you, because that's, let me tell you this. One of and I said this because I don't, somebody said this to me the other day, you know, you're sitting on the school board, you're a slave, that you don't have the power. And when I started to get into the policies of what I can change, and I start to understand that, and then we get COVID, and then this thing happens. If I showed you the emails, if I showed you the things that I get, right? We had somebody step down in our school district that said, I'm a Christian, and looking at all of this, made me question everything about that. And I can't do it. And it got to the point where what this lady said, who's about to run, right? She said, we're the only ones showing up. Every school board meeting we're here, we're telling you what we don't want. We don't want LGBT plus in our schools. We don't want critical race theory in our schools. We don't want posters and all this black people and encouragement and all of it. We don't want that in our schools. We're telling you this every day. And how do we know that everything, what we're saying is correct? Because there's nobody else sitting across us challenging it. And when I said, it took me back, because every board meeting we have the notes, we sit there's nobody challenging it at our board meetings. Nobody's saying, oh, I hear I don't agree with what they're saying. Now I get it in the emails privately, because we have let fear take over everything that we're doing to stand up and fight. And I'm telling you, in the next you haven't seen nothing in the next 2 years. If this snowball effect of confidence that everything that they're doing is correct, you're going to see a different type of fight when it comes close to election. And it can't start later. It has to start now. And I'm not just talking about just at the school boards, at the government level. And Tara Simmons will tell you, and I know this because I'm dealing with legislation, what they went through this legislative session is coming to Washington State, that Washington State is them. We're getting ready to lose people because of the political climate that's with our legislators. And I think that we're not being conscious, as Diana says to me all the time, that squeaky wheel on that one left wheel is a sign of what's getting ready to come with the other wheels. But I'm paying attention to that wheel and not the other ones, because sooner or later the other ones are going to make noise as well. So we have to show up, and I think for that now. Not next, I'll wait till the election, no, now. And we have to put leaders, to go to the point, in position that are bold. Not people I don't come to the school board with my agenda. I come to the school board with, I gotta be bold for those students. Our Black student unions are the schools. Our children understand it today. The problem that we have, we can get out of their way so that they can go ahead and make things change. And if we listen to them, we will be successful in what we have to do to change.
And just to Drayton's point, just to make sure you understand, the school board director position It's a $50 stipend. I mean, I'm not complaining about the money. I don't even ask for, I don't even put in for the reimbursement for the $50. But the amount of grief, the headache, the pain, the emails, and the poster that you guys had, the complaint came from somebody in Whidbey Island. I mean, so the hate is real. And so, you know, when the president puts that out to protect us, you have no idea. I mean, and being a woman of color, sometimes I get very nervous. And Allison knows I was very nervous going to our first in-person school board meeting because now I'm worried about my safety again.
Yes. So what you have heard is public servants. We all are serving as public servants. And people have forgotten what that means. Government, school board members, judges, our city council, our mayors. We're all public servants. The voters have the power to bring us in and to remove us. And if you're not at the table, if you're voiceless, you're not in the room, then those that are with these individuals and voices, they're gonna drown out the reasonableness that needs to be in the room. So you have to be proactive. How to be a better ally? That's in essence what is being asked. How do you be a better ally? You have to be in the room. You have to be present. You have to be intentional. This is happening not just here in Kitsap County, it's happening all over where they're going, we're gonna target school boards, we're gonna target this, we're gonna target that. We saw these hearings and how Ms. Jackson was attacked. My heart ached watching this, having been through the recent election, knowing you're more than qualified and to be attacked. But she had her supporters in the room. The way that her daughter looked at her and receiving a text message from my own daughter saying, "That's how I look at you, Mom." It's important. It matters who's in the room. It matters. But it starts with each and every one of us as individuals. I had the pleasure of having lunch with Justice Sotomayor about 2018, 2017. And she talked about being a public servant and how important it is and how those that are in DC have forgotten who they serve. But you as individuals have the power to remind them. And we have to be true to that. We have to support our communities. And I have just a few books to recommend. And that is The New Jim Crow with Michelle Alexander. Many know that, but I'm gonna go back. These aren't new books. These are books that I've read over my career and are important to me. Patricia Williams, The Alchemy of Race and Rights. Why are all the Black kids sitting together in the cafeteria? Black Lies, White Lies, Tony Brown. Martin and Malcolm and America, James Cone. Pick them up, read them. Because when you have the knowledge, you have the information, and you engage in conversation, you can engage in a reasonable conversation and not be on the defense. Because when you have the information, you have the power, and you don't have to be on defense.
I wanted to share one last thing with the audience, and I think we kind of gathered that from the panelists, and I heard something along this line earlier. If you're interested in doing this work not only requires energy, but it requires a level of assertiveness. And I say that because I had, a young lady say something to me earlier about being assertive, but being perceived as the angry Black person. But what would happen if in your organizations, not only the people of color are assertive, but there are white people who are assertive? Then that deconstructs the idea that for me to demand something is me being angry. So this next step that you take is about assertiveness. It's not like, as Drayton said, I send an email out and just hope somebody sees it and does something. It's how do I show up and call attention to some of the disparities? And I'm not saying fighting in the street and all that. We don't got to be in the alleys and doing all, east side, west side. We don't got to do that. But I am saying that there has to be a level of assertiveness so that this is perceived as important. And not just if we wait them out long enough, you know how that is. We'll just wait them out long enough so the temperature comes down and then they'll forget about it. So I hope that's what you took from this conversation, that there is work that you can do, but it has something you have to lean into, and you're kind of going to have to do some pushing and some pulling on your own end to relieve the burden and share the risk. I want to thank our panelists today. This was a really good conversation. I had a bunch more questions, but
We got to be ready for tomorrow, which is the real truth. So we're going to give you the task, give this way, I have some party words for it, and then see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, ready to go? First number.
77. We got 77 right here. Come on, man, come on.
oh,
18.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
you.
Good.
I wanted to. I know. Yes. I just met one of my fellow council members. I've been there.
11.
Who has 115?
I'd love to grab some lunch. I don't know where you're at. Yeah. I live on Berlin.
People beer. You should have beer. You offer people beer.
I do.
No, I know, this is true.
148. 86. 86, anyone? 86. 50. Who has it? Are we repeating the same?
I'm sorry? So I live in Paulsville, but I work in Bremerton. Which is why I would love to join the React committee, but I can't because I don't.
31. I'll tell you what, let's keep it here.
There you go.
Hold on.
I'll try to come to meetings though.
We got 20.
Especially so I can speak after taxpayer Mike. So you know how always come, right?
Number 58.
He writes his emails too. Yeah.
58 goes to our new one of our newest demonstrators, Brother Jeff Carter. Number 88. Who has number 88? One, four, three.
You know,
up and call it. They could have did that.
Number 18. Number 18. 58. 33. 25. 31. Number 100. Okay, so I want to personally thank everyone for coming. This is amazing, very informative. If I had to say what today was about in my own words, I think Drake kind of alluded to it. How many people here have ever started a meal? How many people have ever started a meal or had a little soul in their leg or something? Anybody started a meal? You know, when you let that soul heal, the scab on it, it'll cover up and it's thick. You might have a little indentation on your leg or your hand, the scar at the top. But how many people have had that same scar and brush up against something or pick the scab off? Anybody ever had that happen where the scab falls? Well, most of those things that the scab can peel off, if you put a little scar and cocoa like black people, that scab is not there anymore. So what we did today is we didn't peel the scab off the shoulders to kind of open our eyes to those things. So I want to thank everybody for coming. Tomorrow we'll be excited. We want to thank our sponsors. We're having another panel that will be all of the police chiefs in the county. I think it's Baltimore, along with current guests. We talk about the races, the biases in policing. With a all-day conversation on that. Then we'll have a renowned speaker, researcher Dr. Joy Guidry. She wrote a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. I would really advise you to read it because there's a lot of pressure on us as being black. Some of us have experienced things that people in wars have not experienced. I've seen people's brains blow out in my neighborhood in Chicago. And sometimes I say to my sleep, that's kind of traumatic. And then compounded with some of these spaces that I go in. I'm able to go from the homeless at 7-11. Come over here and sit down and talk about something. Then I go to the city government office and sit on the party committee. Then I'll leave there and I'll run to some of my friends who I used to be high with. And then I'll run to some of my work friends I used to be crime with. So I have different names. And we just wanted to provide this free opportunity, this free gift to our community. And we're glad to take the opportunity. We thank you for your participation, and we hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Mike's so hot. Mike's still hot.
I'm going to send an email to you to connect.
All right, appreciate you. You too. $6 overall. That hit me. Daryl, a couple of seconds. Tell us what you thought. First day.
I'm encouraged. I think that we have some tough conversations that's going to lead to different seeds being planted. We don't expect racial equity to change or today to be the overall or the end-all be-all, but we do know, based upon what we heard today, that there's going to be some strong internal work. So we're very proud of that. We're excited, and we're very proud of our our presenters, our whole team, including you, man. Everything went way more than it was.
It's a
better
packed
than,
house, right?
Yeah, everything
It
went
was
better
packed.
than expected. The vibe was just how we wanted it. We wanted it to be warm and not threatening. So we think we succeeded, man, and it's just the beginning for us from slavery.
I like it.
We're ready to get at it.
All right. Appreciate you. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I had a quick question.
Sure.
I wondered if they wanted to cue everybody to get the post survey.
Oh, Daryl, you want to cue everyone to do the post survey? Oh, they can't hear you on this one. You got to go to the front.
Excuse me, hello.
Let's get that person.
I'm sorry. We're requesting that you all complete the post survey, if you don't mind. That will help us track that information.
Couple words about your experience?
I'm sorry?
Couple words about your
I don't want
experience?
to be on camera.
All right. Couple words about your experience?
It was great. I was glad to be here. Some really great ideas, empowering. And I'm glad to see so many people in the room.
I know, it's packed, right?
Yeah, it's packed.
It's awesome.
Yeah, so hopefully each one of us takes something back to where we're from and does something with it.
Well, thank you so much for
Yeah,
coming.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Okay, yes.
My friends said they were watching the stream, so
Really?
thank you. Yeah.
That's good because everyone can't come, right?
Her kid was sick, so
Oh,
she had to
yeah.
stay home.
See?
Yeah.
Perfect. Now, I haven't gotten you on the podcast yet, but, you know, you are up from Slavery Initiative. So a couple words, how'd you think of day one?
I thought it went really well. I'm really excited. I'm really excited with all the participation and the board members and just the way the community is coming together. This is my community. I'm a Kitsap guy. I'm born and raised here,
Oh,
and
right.
this and it just feels real to me. This feels natural.
Got some energy, huh?
Yeah, it's
Feel
got
the
some
buzz?
energy. Yeah, you know,
Momentum.
together. You know, as together we're better. We're stronger together.
Have you had a chance to talk with anyone and kind of get their thoughts?
Not yet. I'm gonna go
Well,
around
if you
talking.
see some, send them to the mic so we can capture it.
Okay, cool.
Want to give a couple words on what you took away from this? Or
Oh my gosh, we have a lot of work to do. Those are my words.
All right.
But we're ready.
Yeah, I
Ready for
love it.
action. Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Great.
Lucretia, what'd you think?
About today?
Yeah.
I'm a little exhausted. I think I'm exhausted about having the conversation, but I'm also exhausted about bringing it back up. You know what I'm saying? I'm hopeful, like I'm glad that everybody was here and that they took something away, but I'm kind of a wait and see. I want to see how this is going to be applied. How are people going to take this back to work? What are they going to say? How are they going to be more, what was the word I used? Assertive about it. So, but I'm hopeful, I'm excited, and I'm glad that Up From Slavery decided that this was an important conversation to have and that they got the support. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Well, the turnout was phenomenal, and hopefully there's even more people tomorrow.
Yes, I hope so, that the room is packed. I hope so, yeah.
We'll try to get some rest because tomorrow more, right?
Yes.
All
Well, not
right.
for me, I don't
Not
think
for
so.
you? What? He's like, I'm done. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm fantastic.
I'm curious, you're going to try to stream tomorrow's event?
Yes, I will be there tomorrow.
And what is your site that you stream it on?
So I stream on the Facebook and YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, could I get, is that
Yeah,
your car?
yep.
I'll be in travel mode, but I would love to see it.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you so much for doing
Yeah,
that.
you want to just give us a couple words of what you took away from today or what you thought of the experience?
We got a lot of work to do still. That's what I took away. An alley program would be great. And so that's something I will be working on my end.
Absolutely. Well, you know, look at the turnout, right? Looks like people are ready to do the work.
It's exciting work.
Many hands make light work, right?
That's right.
Thank you so much for coming, and thanks for tuning in tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Hi. You want to tell me what you thought of the experience?
It was awesome.
You liked it?
Yes, this is one of my first ones. I know, I work with Miss Tyson at Catalyst Public School.
Well, come on over.
I know, but this was so informative. So I know that we will do this again, definitely.
Yeah,
Yes.
and figure out how we can have the same experience for kids.
Are you
That's what I've
coming
been
tomorrow?
thinking about. Yes, of course I'll be there
And
tomorrow.
I know, and I just like texted. I told my husband, I'm like, you're coming.
Yeah.
You're coming. Yes, definitely.
Well, if you don't mind, take a card.
Yes.
You know, we cover a lot of events like this, and so you can subscribe, like, and share to the Conduit.
You're awesome.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
So I'll stop someone and say, hey, what'd you think?
Yeah, I caught a few of them.
Oh, you did already? Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to,
Put it
you
in my
know,
bag.
full back them. Hi, how you doing? What do you think of the event?
It was great. I learned so much. I went to the education session, and as a grandparent of a Bremerton school student, there's so many things we could do to improve ours.
Right.
So,
you coming tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Oh, I
live
love it.
right around the corner too, so no problem with parking.
Well, I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, great, Marlon. Good to see you.
You too. Oh, I can't see anything because I'm. Hey, Mayor Lynn.
You're just great.
What do you think of the event?
I thought this was a great event. The panel was exceptional. They really addressed the issues that are at hand, and everybody's right. We need to have action, take action now, and not just talk about it. So I think it's rewarding. I'm going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, I
with
love
the
it.
group.
I'll see you tomorrow, Mayor.
You will.
Great, great first step, right?
Great first step. Thanks. Thank you.
Mayor Lynn, everyone.
Thank you.
Dr. Bolton, what do you think of the panel, or the overall experience?
My experience on the panel, well, what I really enjoyed about it is that the authenticity and all the level of expertise and the different various backgrounds we all had. That's what was exciting for me. And then getting feedback and hearing from what the people wanted to hear, those questions really was like, oh man.
So do you feel optimistic? And you and I go way back, bullwhips at OC and everything else.
Sounds University, maybe college. Okay.
Yeah, Cheryl
Right.
Nunez coming on, and the battle and the fight for we don't need to fund that position. Do you think?
Well, I'll talk about that. My research when I did my dissertation, I interviewed half of the sitting community colleges in Washington State, and the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer was an initiative that each college president signed off on. They all signed a pledge about diversity. And I remember where Dr. Mitchell, the old president, I had asked him that question about the diversity officer, and he said, you want to enact change, you bring that person in at a VP executive level, report directly to the president, but they have oversight over HR. Now, there was a misstep they had. They made a change, and so that made the position not really as effective as they could have been. So any real change that anyone has to do when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, you're going to bring that in, they have to be an executive, oversight over HR, the hiring practices, policies, and procedures. That's how you can make some change.
So from those incidences till now, what do you think of Kitsap County? Are we making progress? We're going in the right direction? Is it too slow?
I've been here since 1995. We're not going slow. We're making change, and we're dragging people along with us on that change. I think it's still going to take a little bit more, but we have to be intentional. As an elected official on the school board, I guess I'm at the lowest rung, but I need to see more people of color in elected positions.
Give you the horn on that one. I'll give you the horn on that one.
Yeah, please. If you're thinking to run, hit me up. I'm in the school board directory, but you should run. I shouldn't be, Drayton and I shouldn't be the only two people of color in Kitsap County on two school boards. his is more contentious than Central Kitsap, more contentious than Bremerton, but South Kitsap is having major problems. But we still need to get people in those offices.
And we can't wait until something bad happens, right? We've got to be proactive and not reactive.
Correct. And it's not like I had a lot of time to do the job. As a matter of fact, I have a board meeting. I thought I did at 5:30. They just canceled it. But you make that time, because if we're not in those spaces, like right now, we're going to be advertising for a new superintendent.
Oh, wow.
And so, so I'm going to be sitting at the table because it's the school board that hires a superintendent.
All right.
Know that.
Yep. Dr. Bolton, everyone, thank you so much. I'm going to see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Carl, how you doing there, sir? Good to see you. How's it going?
Good.
So what'd you take from today?
Yeah, it was real good program, and I thought that the educational presentation this morning was real good.
Okay.
And
That's the second time I've heard that. So
yeah,
it's been a really good one.
Yeah, it was. It was. They were putting together presentations from the Tacoma School District, and they got the same kind of problems in Tacoma that we got here in Bremerton, and they had their setbacks from COVID, and got students trying to recover, and they're showing that the student that is dealing with a lot of emotional baggage is going to have a hard time learning.
Right.
So it's good we have exchange of ideas on how we can help the students with all that emotional baggage, which is probably most of them, to get past that emotional baggage and remove the impediments to learning. And so I was talking with I forgot her name, and I got it written down on paper that I had before. I think I left it on my table. I'm going to go back and retrieve it. But we're talking about positive motivation and friendly environment and so on. That when you got positive motivation and friendly environment, that the students will do better. So that's an important thing. And I had my eyes kind of opened about when Karen Bolton this afternoon was talking about some of the stuff that she was putting up with in her place of business. So that was interesting to me, and it's something that I did not have a visibility on, because being a white person, I was not dealing with that particular thing. I might have been dealing with other things, but not that particular thing. And most of the bad stuff that I've had to deal with in my working career, it's been my own fault. So I never had to deal with a lot of bad stuff that was not my own fault.
Well, you're one of the hardest working advocates here in the community. Every Sunday we get your math problems and, pushing that stuff out for kids. And I mean, it's so important.
That's something I like to do. That's my retirement activity. Yeah.
Well, again, look up Carl Jacobson. If you need some help with math, let us know. We'll get you in touch. But yeah, you've been doing it just steadily. Mr. Consistent.
I enjoy doing that. Yeah.
Oh, that's good, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I thank you for giving us a couple minutes, and we'll see you tomorrow. Will you be there tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right.
Be here tomorrow.
Well, hopefully we'll talk to you again tomorrow after it's all over.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Carl. Would you like to give us a couple words? Don't be afraid. You don't even have to be on camera. Look, I'll hold the mic over here. What do you think? What do you think?
It was magnificent. Very good, open dialogue. We need more.
Are you coming tomorrow?
Yes, I will be here tomorrow.
All right. See, there's more tomorrow, right?
All right.
Look at this energy. Look at this momentum.
It's great.
This is how it starts, right? We just got to keep our foot on the gas, for sure.
We do.
Yeah.
Stop. Keep on going.
Well, I'm glad you stopped by. I'll see you tomorrow. You got it.
I know.
Can you give me a couple of words what you took away from today? What were your thoughts?
I thought it was excellent, and I did not realize. I live in Kitsap County, and I just didn't realize we had so many organizations and people stepping up and trying to do this work. And so it was great to connect with people and connect people. So, and it's helping me understand how I can take some action. So I really appreciate this.
Well, I thank you for coming. You coming tomorrow?
I am.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll give you my card.
Oh, great. I didn't bring cards today, but
We'll bring them tomorrow.
yeah, but you'll get an email from me.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, yeah, please send me
My
an
name's
email.
Amy.
I'm R1.
It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right, you see the buzz, the energy is really high. People are feeling really good about their takeaway, which is fantastic. So we're going to keep having these conversations as people kind of walk past us. You know, some folks are a little bit shy, you know, it's like that. But this was good, you know, a lot of people here, a lot of energy. People were definitely actively listening. Even the participation seemed to be pretty good. Sometimes folks can be afraid to speak in these spaces because they're not supposed to speak, but people have to ask questions, right, in order to have that growth. So that's just an important component, right? Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Can you give us a couple words? What do you think about today's event?
Sure. I thought it was awesome. I think it's definitely needed. I'm the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Program Manager for Puget Sound Naval Shipyard.
Oh, okay.
So we're one of the largest employers, and we do struggle with harassment, discrimination, and equality. So we need to know that the community and the schools are talking about this and preparing students for environments where they can work with diverse people. And so this all helps community and our employers and everything.
Oh, man, I'm so glad that you came. Are you going to come tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I only
Well-
signed up for today, but if there's room, I might come back tomorrow.
It's in the auditorium. It's huge because it's at Bremerton High. But if you can't, you can check it out because we'll be live broadcasting
okay,
on the
perfect.
conduit. Like we're live right now on YouTube and Facebook.
Oh,
and
we're
everything.
live right now?
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you didn't tell me that. I would have been much more nervous.
Well, it's so much easier not to say anything, right?
Yes, no, I appreciate that.
But it'd be great to, maybe have a conversation with you, in the future and just kind of talk about your position and your objectives of what you're trying to do and how maybe to get other folks into the shipyard from an employment standpoint.
I would
what
love
do they
that.
need to do to get ready? Please send me an email.
Okay.
I'm Marwan.
Okay. I will do that.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's nice to meet you.
All right. Remember, I said, it's important to try to meet 5 new people every month. So I think people try to squeeze past me when I'm talking to someone else. I'm like, ooh, I'm going now. They moving past? Just lock the door on them. Like, you ain't getting out of here till you have a conversation. So a lot of energy there. Oh, you got to come over this way. All right. Is it gone? It's empty, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we're in Washington. People love their coffee. That's a must. Whoop, whoop. You're not going to try to slip by, are you? I got to catch you. What do you think? How was the
It
experience?
was fantastic. It was wonderful. It was everything I hoped it would be and more. And I, know that I need to keep stepping up. And
Can I ask you a
keep
hard
showing up.
question?
Yeah.
So, some of this work has been done in Kitsap County. So how does this feel a little bit different than maybe some of the ones in the past? Or do you think that this is a good tipping point or a platform to step off in some other directions with more momentum? Or what's your kind of thoughts there?
I don't know that it necessarily feels too different. It just, I think maybe we're in a very different place. I think a lot of people talked about why is it important now? Maybe like what's changed. And I think really like in the past couple of years, what happened with George Floyd, it's just that it shoved it into the people's faces that have kept their blinders on. And a lot of people are taking those blinders off and like, all right, it's time to step up. This is an issue. And I think that also has to do with social media, right? Like there's people in the BIPOC community that have been saying all along, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. And now with social media, they see that it's happening. It's everywhere in their faces. And I think for some people, you can't ignore it anymore. And you got to step up. And hopefully more people continue to step up.
Well, what's sad is police brutality actually increased after George Floyd's death.
Well, yeah.
Or murder.
Yeah.
Death.
Yeah. And so I think we all have a role to play in it. And I think, you know, as Allison said, she called out white people. We need to step up. And I'm trying to live my life to where it's not just something I do in my work, but something I do in my personal life too. So it's like I'm walking the walk, talking the talk.
So what does that look like? Because I mean, sometimes it seems so vague. It's like, oh, we need to step up, we need to engage. Like, what?
So on a personal level, I've been doing more advocating. You know, Drayton was talking about all the stuff going on in CK. I'm in CK, so I've been doing some advocating at the school board meetings, writing letters, talking at the meetings. We've got a group that we're pulling together so we can hopefully step up those advocacy efforts so they're hearing the other side, the people that want equity and inclusion, and they want CRT in our schools, even though, you know, it's not really CRT. We just want the real history, right? And so working on that, as of a couple of months ago, I'm on the Kitsap County Human Rights Council. And so trying to do it on a broad human rights level, the whole county, everything that, you know, is important to me. And that's my personal self. That's not me as Marlena with Kitsap Strong. That's me as Marlena, a Kitsap County resident, doing this work. This is my personal work. And so that was something that what I was saying, I want this to be more than just this is my job. And I'm showing up in these spaces as a Kitsap Strong employee. I'm doing it because this means something to me, and I want this to be, you know, what I'm about and not just talk the talk.
Well, I definitely appreciate your efforts and your work because my daughter's in the CK district, so right now she's thriving. You know,
I'll keep fighting. Yeah, I mean, there definitely is a group that has a very loud, hateful voice, and so it's really hard to see and hear. And so some of us that are coming at it from a place of love, we need to make our voice just as loud. So
are those public? Maybe I should cover those.
The what? The school board meetings are
really
public.
Loud? Yeah, maybe I need to cover those.
Do it. So they actually just started meeting in person. The last one was their first meeting. And so yeah, come in and see what these parents are saying. It is downright hurtful, hateful. I mean, I've written Drayton after the fact and just been like, I am so sorry. Please know there's people out there that support you. I'm sorry that you're being attacked this way, you know, because it's really bad. It's really bad. So come to one of them.
Don't mind, send me an email. Let me know when they are. Because I'll come and bring a camera out and, you know, and cover it. Because if we don't expose it, then it's like, oh, it doesn't exist. We're post-racial. It's not that bad. It's just a few bad apples. You know, all the things that we hear.
Drayton had said there was that one parent that was like, you speak from your perspective only. Well, yes, and like we all speak from our own perspective. But the thing is, he's not the only one that has that perspective. He's not the only one experiencing those things. And so I'm glad he's speaking up and he's allowed to do that. We're all allowed to do that. That's what they're doing. So I'm glad to have him on the school board.
If we do, what does that mean for our child that we can't protect us during school? What does that mean for my standing in the community? Is that going to cost me a job or a raise or how I get medical experience? You know, all these things. So I'm just going to sit back and just try to ride it out, which is what many of us do, right? You just try to keep your head down. Kid go to school.
But the thing is, we can't anymore. And a lot of the stuff that I started in on the advocacy part was when they had the LGBTQ poster removed. And if we look at what's going on in Texas and Florida, we can't give a little because you can see where it'll go.
Right.
And so we had to fight back against that. And luckily we won. You know, the poster was returned to the classroom. But, you know, I've been keeping an eye out ever since then, watching what they're doing. So I know which way I need to go. And I won't stop fighting. So
the sad thing is that they seem so tireless. And for
they
us,
are.
We're exhausted.
They are. I know. I know.
Like, where do you get this energy to keep just existing in this space?
I know it is exhausting. It's very tiring. But again, like I said, we can't give up because we see what can happen.
Right.
And, you know, some people are like, oh, it's just a poster. Okay, it's just a poster now. And then.
Right.
And then.
Right.
So, yeah. So we can't stop. We have to keep going.
Well, I appreciate you spending a couple minutes with me. And we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I might only be there for a little bit because it's my niece's quinceañera.
Well, you know, you'll be able to get the replay on the conduit. So, you know, I will be there.
I do want to see Joy. So,
yeah, we'll be there recording it.
All right. See you there.
You got it. Have a good one.
All right. See you there.
You got it. Have a good one. Sir, can I trouble you?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was your takeaway from this experience?
My main takeaway, just how good it is to talk. I think, as you said, having uncomfortable conversations aren't easy. So anything that helps facilitate that, like events like this, are just so fantastic. And just to hear from so many people with different backgrounds and their experiences firsthand.
What do you hope that can come from an event like this?
I think continued conversations, right? This gets the ball rolling, but then hopefully it inspires people to get more involved and active and keep talking. And then I think, as Judge Flood said, action. That we really identify what actions different organizations can take, and we help make sure those happen.
Now, you are Jeff Coughlin,
Yes, I am.
council
Yep.
member,
So
District
3, which
District
includes
3?
right here, Marvin Williams. Yep.
Okay, so you are my council person then, because I live in this district.
All right.
Your counterpart from District 1 came on to the show. And
good.
I'm hoping that all of you will come on a regular basis and
Look to
have
at some point.
conversations.
Yeah.
From React. Well, not some point. She came on last Sunday.
Oh, okay.
So
All right,
I'm,
cool.
I'm not a procrastinator,
Yes, yeah.
you know. But with all the things that we spoke about, you know, in that React meeting, you know, the access, you know, to how do you engage? How do you find your voice? How do you find out how to do things? Like, what are your initiatives? You know, I actually covered for the first time the ballot. You know, the ballot comes out and, you know, I read through it, you know, one of the lowest viewed, you know, podcasts that I do, right? And then people are elected and then things happen. People are wondering how things happen and trying to engage and get people to, you know, okay, this is what's happening. This is what Jeff thinks. This is what Jeff is advocating for, right? This is the district. My business is in this district. So I'm very, you know, very invested in it. So definitely need you to come on and have conversations.
That'd be great.
Move it forward.
Yeah, because and I'm gonna get a community meeting here in April or May, and the main topic, the first thing I wanted to do was basically how to get involved in the city, how to volunteer with parks, how to, you know, get a pothole fixed, how to attend meetings, how to speak up, and most importantly, I think how to volunteer for the numerous boards and commissions we have, because I think that's important is getting people's foot in the door. Finding out they can make a difference. And then, when it comes to running for office, how fantastic. We have a very large selection of people.
Well, even getting on boards, right? I mean, folks don't know that many boards are open. They can come in and sit.
We have many vacancies that need to be filled. Yeah, I
I
chair the audit committee. We have 2 vacancies right now. So I would love I'd love a lot of applications.
Well, I'm going to give you my card.
Yeah.
Please email me and just let me know like the 3 to 5 times that are convenient for you, even weekends. Chamberlain comes on Sundays, so I can do it anytime.
Okay, good to know. Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it. Well, pleasure to meet you. Yeah, Marwan.
Yeah, okay, next yes. And I remember the email I had on my list to get back to you because the campaign was nuts and it's been crazy since. But
no worries. A lot going on, right?
Yes. So fantastic.
Well, good luck, and I look forward to you. Going to be there tomorrow?
Appreciate it. Yes, I'll be there tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll see you tomorrow.
No, excellent. Good deal. I'm gonna go say hi to Daryl and thank him.
Yep, please do.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by. All right. So we are. This thing is getting close to ending here. We got a few more people that we gotta hit up. So if you've been watching the podcast, you know that Leslie Doggs resigned, which kind of got me into the fray of politics and covering these issues. And through that, Kitsap React had a meeting. And so we were able to address our council people who, you know, even though I even read the ballot, I didn't even know that was my councilman, right? And like I said, my residence and my business is in his district. So it's important to know what he thinks, what we need and what we see as a need here, right? We have Salvation Army, we got a lot of homelessness down here. So there are issues. And so elected officials are the ones that you advocate to have that change. So we're going to start working on those things. You want to have a conversation? No? All right, do you think? Oh, now, this man needs to have a conversation. Just tell me really quick. What did you think of the event? This is your event, right?
Yes.
This is Up for Slavery Initiative. What did you think? First day?
First day, great turnout. More people than I expected. And then especially the panel discussion, it was great. What's her name? Dr.
Bolton?
Bolton, yeah, where she had the conversation about growing up in the South in, Laurel, Mississippi? And me growing up in North Carolina, which I could relate to her from parents, grandparents. And they're always like, if something did happen that was racist or whatever, oh, baby, don't worry about that. We just you just power through basically. So yeah, I relate to that. So hopefully everybody got some, and there'll be some change in the workplace and hiring and even in healthcare. So
yeah,
it'll be
well, we'll
good.
keep trying to speak to people as they come through. We'll do it tomorrow also, and then hopefully you get a chance to listen to it and hear what they had to say.
Yes.
But yeah, we appreciate your labor and your fruit. It's already bearing fruit.
Right, exactly. So,
fantastic.
Thank you.
All right,
thanks, sir.
See, you had a second. You just got to twist people's arms. Akuye.
I want to introduce you to
Hi.
Mr. Marwan Cameron.
Nice to meet you.
And just tell her some of the things that you do with Grow Together.
What I do? Okay, so I run a local nonprofit. I'm about a block and a half away. We're Gather Together, Grow Together, and our mission is self-sufficiency for all Kitsap County residents. So we provide transportation that's about a third of the price of an Uber or a cab. So we take people to Kitsap Mental Health. We have contracts with Salvation Army and several others. And so, this is a really big county. Bus service doesn't run on Sundays. Really hard for people to get around. So that's a huge barrier. We also provide food to folks in the community. So on Thursdays, they get a hot meal that we deliver to them. So we try to address the food insecurities. We have a computer lab where we address computer literacy. We have a job training program. And then now I've started the Conduit last year to try to make things accessible for folks and just kind of bring these things that people wouldn't normally be able to access to them and then give those folks a voice.
How do you identify those who have the most need, and how do you reach them?
Well, I mean, we are literally a block away from Salvation Army. So that's one way, right? We're right in the heart of it. So that's one of the ways. I used to teach at Olympic College, and so I would see, many of my students bathing in the bathroom because they're homeless, trying to go to school and go to work and do all these different things. So just kind of boots on the ground, and then you kind of know where to go. And then after a while, they start coming to you.
That's wonderful. Thank you for doing everything to impact the community in very meaningful ways.
Well, thank you. I'm going to give you my card, but I wanted to ask, what did you take from today's experience?
It's a journey of learning and being humble and coming alongside those who are your neighbors and your partners and make a difference one step at a time.
That's awesome. Are you coming tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. Well, then we will see you tomorrow. And then if you want to catch the other part of it, you can always just check out the Conduit so you don't miss it. You got it.
Carol, I want to introduce you. I'm Charlena Green.
So you're the backbone. You're making it happen. I mean, I understand. You're like the swan with your feet that are paddling in the water. What were your expectations?
My expectations, just to be able to.
We're live. What? Even if you're not on camera? That's Kendra, y'all. Now, her interview aired yesterday. You got a lot of compliments on your interview, by the way, a lot of them. And it aired less than 24 hours ago. Just saying. Toby, tell me quickly, what'd you take from today? What'd you think?
You got me videotaping?
No, not if you don't get too close.
Oh, I took I think for me the business, I've experienced that part as a business owner, that you don't able to get the space, the grants. I mean, things is changing now.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that stuck out to me the most was Navy Yard City.
Yes. Yeah.
I lived in Navy Yard City, not knowing the information I knew. So that was it for me. Everything was good. I think they did an excellent job. I think for me right now, it's just focusing on those children that I work with, but also developing their mind that they don't have that same mindset that society has.
Right. So. Absolutely. Are you coming tomorrow?
No. I have some. I'm leaving out of town.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to go to the TD Jakes Summit.
Oh, hey.
Leadership Conference.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's why I'm on my way to. So, yes.
Well, enjoy for sure. Yes. Now, are you subscribed to the channel? You got me on Facebook, right?
Yeah. be on when Rick was on there.
Oh, good. Well, we'll be over there live, so you can watch it while you're driving to the airport, so you won't miss it.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait.
Go.
I ain't gonna sit on this.
I don't. All right, well, while you're here, you're on the panel. A lot of this stuff has been done. So why is this different? What's the opportunity here?
I think time. Like this, let me tell you this. I just told Daryl that Up From Slavery did this at the right time. I think what's happening is there's a boldness coming from the racist side of mentality that's getting boldened because nobody's standing up to them and challenging them. And I think the call today from all of us was be present. Don't just be present, but be actively present. And I think now what you're going to get is people saying and hitting back. We don't see it on our news. We don't see it on there because people are afraid. So they're using fear now to go ahead and say, you know what? You don't, what you're saying doesn't matter for it, because what we're saying is as much has a national appeal to it. And people feel isolated. And that's what we're not doing. We're not mobilizing nationally enough to feel like we are part of something bigger when we really are.
So let me ask you this. You and I have talked about it. Daryl and I have talked about it, right? This isn't just about white folks learning about equity and race, right? It's about black folks too. And you talked about it when you were talking about the school district, right? Where what you see is folks don't show up until there's a problem.
Yeah.
Like we need to be in the room all the time.
The emails I get, this is what frustrates me. I've been on the board now 3 years. All right, going to my third year. I've gotten so many emails from my white constituents. Mr. Director Jackson, I have this problem. Director Jackson. But when it comes to my black constituents, it's only when there's a racial problem there. But it's not about your child's education now. It's not about, and these microaggressions that they don't see, I think we have to teach our community. And I'll be honest with you, I think they're tired. Take away COVID and everything, but I think at the end of it is I'm tired of racism. So now I don't want to show up because you want to know why? I showed up before and it didn't change. I was saying this to somebody else. I said, you keep talking about, well, if y'all dress better. I said, we were dressing better in the 60s. We had suits on every day and you were killing us.
Right? 6 days a week, I wear a tie. What you talking about?
Representing, right? And it's like, so don't tell me we haven't done it because we did it that way. And I think what we're missing is
the hoses and the dogs.
Exactly.
Yeah,
with a suit on.
Right.
With a suit on. And I think what we're not understanding now is it's not time to be tired. It's time to let our youth and back them up. Not giving what she said on there was so it's not giving it over to them. It's standing next to them and saying, you lead us on what you want to do. And even standing behind them in a certain way. What do you need me to do to support you and back you? Because right now, I don't have the answer. You do, because you're stronger than I am and I'm tired. Then put them out front. And I think that we haven't done that enough with our youth. And the more that we can just get out of the way and listen to our youth and respect that they get it, we're going to be successful as far as the future.
I appreciate that. You going to be here tomorrow?
Oh, yes.
All right, then we'll have more conversation on the other side.
This was needed. And shout out to Up From Slavery, because I think what was shown today was when we do it. That's what I like about this. It was a black man that put this together and did it. Wasn't somebody else white that said, do you want me to? It's a black man that said, you know what, this conversation needs to happen right now in our community because I see it. And that's what's important, because if that doesn't happen from us, we're not being productive in change.
Well, black organizations rally, right?
That's what, brother.
That's what's got to happen.
And look, keep doing the shows. I've been binge watching.
Hey, well, I when I put on the hoodie, it's a whole nother story. You know what I'm saying?
And it was like, thank you for the work that you do too in the community, because I think that's what has to happen. And you started it 2 years ago when you said, as us as nonprofits, we have to learn to be together. And I think the focus, we're on so many different levels that we got to bring things through. We got to let the water flow through. So
but everybody got a piece to bring.
Yeah. If everybody would understand.
We'll get there. Akuye, you ready to have a conversation? What do you think?
Well, I think, let me see what I think. Let me get my brain wrapped around it. This is very transformative work, and we have to begin to seed this work and cultivate this work here in Kitsap County, because we cannot just think it's going to manifest itself. We're going to have to build those relationships, build the allies, build the, and when I say build, we're going to have to shift the narrative that has been here and begin to move them and build another culture, because it is a culture. It's a mindset. The way, it becomes practice and it becomes, but to shift that paradigm, we have to create a whole new culture here when you're talking about shifting the paradigm of systems. We have to begin to build better systems.
So I'm gonna ask you the hard question as I asked a few of the others, right? Things like this have happened before in this county.
Of course, that's right, it has.
How is this going to be different?
The way it's going to be different is that we have to stop and pause. Don't look at just the system, but look at how we are relating to one another. This work is grounded and rooted in reconciliation work. It's grounded in historical repair. And what does that look like? How do you restore? How do you begin to build healthier interactions with one another? Because that's the root of the work. And then it'll grow to the systems, because we're the ones gatekeeping the systems. So the work has to start with us. And so that's how we will begin to do the work. I've asked the commissioners and asked the city leaders, we need to, at the root of, because equity is just a word.
Right.
Equity is just a word. It's the behavior. And so how do we begin to root the work in healthy relations and engagement and begin to do that work of truth and reconciliation? Where we're dealing with one another, we value one another, we respect one another, we have compassion, and we can forgive one another. All of that transformational work is rooted in truth and reconciliation. So if you're trying to build something on top of not even laying a solid foundation for repair, it's just going to crumble again.
Right.
So let us just take time to be able to start from what does truth and reconciliation look like between us across racial barriers, and how do we break down those barriers and really build a beloved community that we can relate and interrelations become more healthy. Because that's it. That's it for me in a nutshell.
I like it. You're going to be here tomorrow?
I have a board meeting in the morning, but then I'm going to shift straight over,
okay,
to the event tomorrow.
Well, while you're driving, tune into the conduit so you don't miss anything.
And I will. I'll make sure that I hit y'all up, because this work is transformative work. But again, it starts with us, and that's with our own communities, as well as communities abroad or across those racial boundaries and barriers. So
absolutely,
here we go.
Well, thank you for your wisdom and knowledge as always. You were called a Moses last week, but you are a pioneer and a trailblazer, right? And it's good to see that this is catching fire, where other people are coming in and doing the work and coming in surrounding, right? Saying, hey, this is what I'm doing. Then and
collective,
inviting folks in, and then folks are coming, right?
Relational. And don't forget, on Sunday from 3:30 to 5:30, we will be here for the sister healing, heart to heart healing
right
circle.
Shoot right
on
here.
Sunday.
Okay, on Sunday.
Sunday.
Okay, Sunday. So Saturday.
Yes.
Something high.
And then back here on Sunday.
April 4th.
It's this
No,
Sunday.
but there's something going on April 4th.
Oh yes, okay.
What's happening April 4th?
So on April 4th, we kick off our conference, our youth empowerment conference, our heart to heart. We're gonna reset and renew.
All right.
And so we've got to get our young people here, and we know that they've been kind of isolated for the last 2 years, and so we're gonna bring them in, and we're gonna do that reparative work with our young people and do some heart to heart with our young people as well. And we're doing art therapy. We want them to get out whatever they've got up in them. So I'm excited. I'm excited about that.
And that's April 4th and April 6th, right?
April 4th through the 8th. And then we also have Dr. Gilda Shepherd film director, national renowned film director that will be at the theater here with doing yes. Since I've been down reviewing her film and talk about that, dismantling that pipeline, school to prison pipeline. And so we're excited about that too.
Well, the conduit will be there, as you know. So we will see you tomorrow. and of course we'll see you then.
Yes. And she'll be with the young people like she wanted to for Black History.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for your wisdom as always. I just wanted to hand that to you to look at later. Thank you. Were you trying to chat me? Hi and bye. Well, I mean, what'd you think of the what happened?
With what?
What you were here for?
No.
I know you don't like the camera. You already on the camera. What'd you think?
It was really good. It was
It was good. You coming tomorrow? No. It was a good event. Good
It was a
turnout.
good event. I really would like for them to put on an event for younger people so we can voice.
She's doing one on April 4th.
Oh, is she?
And the 4th to the 8th. Okuye, what you doing April 4th to April 8th for the kids?
Oh, child, we're going to be here with the Youth Empowerment Conference right here in this building from the 4th to the 8th. And then we've got film directors coming in. We're doing all art therapy with our kids.
Is it still open for kids to
Yes.
join?
Oh,
what they got to do?
yeah, but all y'all got to do is go on the internet and put in
The internet.
Well, I don't know. You know. I don't know.
Internet.
You know. I
Go
don't
on
know.
the internet.
The internet. But you can just bring them because they're gonna register at the door too.
Okay.
So yeah, Catalyst will be here taking registration.
It's like magic. They need to have something for the kids. Like, bam, I got something for you.
Yes, we got something for you with the babies. So yeah, we always just want our kids to have a nice, safe place to come and. They out of school. We know some of our parents got to work.
Yeah.
And so we just say, come on, let's eat good and have a good time. Yes.
So maybe we'll see you on the 4th. We'll be covering that too.
All right. It was nice seeing you.
Yep, nice seeing you too. That is Dom, everyone. All right. I think maybe I've interviewed everyone. What do you think, Sabrina?
I think this was great. Had some good interviewers at the end. It was really good to hear the perspectives and everybody get to, get into a little bit more detail about what's going on in their mind, what they're hearing, what they're feeling. Man, there was some good things too that we heard around here, especially in your own town. It's like, wow. Melina?
Why don't you come around the other side so they can see you? Sabrina's always behind the scenes, so you don't get to see her. Yeah? All right, you gave her the clap? That's good. All right, well, y'all, we had a good event. We got a breakdown and set up for tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead and play our outro music. So glad that you can join us today for the Race and Equity Summit 2022, hosted by the Up From Slavery Initiative. We will be over, if you go ahead and put that up, Sabrina, at the Bremerton High School tomorrow. You can register at the door or you can register online at www.ufsi.org. And again, you can register at the door. So we hope to see you then. Whew. All right. Let me get my team here. You done? Oh, you were saying bye, like not bye to the audience. You was like, bye, I'm out.
I'm out.
All right.
I'm so
you
tired.
gonna be here tomorrow?
Yes, I'll be up there tomorrow.
Okay. Shaylin.